It's there from a very early time. It's there since 2003. It's the first time you can find maintainers.txt in the code base of Drupal. So different people responsible for different things. And then content types, they come on a later phase on the prehistory of Drupal in 2005, version 4.7. Then you have the historical age of 2007 to 2015, probably when the majority of people get into Drupal. So that's between Drupal 5 and Drupal 7. And here you start seeing complex subsystems appearing, so things like the database layer, fields, caching system. From that time, we start having this idea that there are things made elsewhere that are made better than what we do, so it's better we use them as dependencies. So things like jQuery were first introduced during this age. And here you start seeing the community leveraging the ecosystem and creating amazing products as contrib models back in the day. So things like views, CCK, rules, organic groups, and the fact that you have a CMS using so well things like Varnish, Memcache, Apache Solver. Drupal was really pioneer on this, but it was really pioneer because it leveraged on the community. Back in this day, during this age, we had this release cycle that was called when it's ready, we release. So it was very hard to predict when we were going to update something. When it's ready, it will be ready. We released back in the day. And then we have the current age, which basically started after Drupal 8. So there was a big change on the community, a big change on the product. We start having more dependencies, so majority of the code base depend on other things like Symfony components like Tweak. We start having way more complex subsystems like the multilingual, the config management. Drupal starts to be using for other things that's just not a website. You start having a REST API and web services directly into core. And we start to have fixed release cycles. So there's no more when it's ready, no. We have a date when that product is going to be released. We can predict our work based on that date. We can predict how much are we going to maintain that version by the time that the next is going to be released. And by this age, things got way easier to update. So it's way easier and it was way easier to update from Drupal 8 to Drupal 9 to Drupal 10 to Drupal 11 than it was on all the other ages. So there is a lot of learning across these 25 years and lots of things that changed. Time not only helps us finding the best governance model or the best architecture, time helps us finding our space. And the same happens with products and scope. So Drupal started in 2001 as a message board, very simple, very hacky. In 2010, when Drupal started to become very popular, you start seeing Drupal used for majority of blogs and personal websites. It was very easy to create a Drupal site back in the day compared with the competition. So people used Drupal for very simple sites. If you fast forward 5 years, in 2015, Drupal was almost like a Swiss army knife. You can invent Swiss for everything that was for the web. So you see Drupal doing corporate websites, extranets, intranets, community sites. Everything was based in Drupal. If you fast forward 5 years, you start seeing a decay of those kinds of use cases for Drupal, and Drupal specialized a bit more on enterprise websites, and that's where it became the standard in the last years. Fast forward to today, we are actually trying to do Drupal CMS, which is a time machine to get back in time and attack again the simple websites and the simple marketeers. So time sometimes makes our space, but sometimes we need to fight for our space also in time. So next slide, I'm going to talk about a few suggestions, personal suggestions on how you make your project last time, how you make it last for a longer period than the traditional 5 years, but are just personal opinions. So first one is, how do you measure your time? How do you think about the time? So when you start a project, you typically start with this mindset. I'm going to work on this project, let's say, for 3 months, right? That's typically the time that we spend developing a Drupal website. But in reality, those 3 months are going to be very short compared with the time that we're going to use, refactor, and update that site. So that's going to be probably 5 years or more. So the time that you spend thinking about the long run is going to mark how that project is going to live for the future. So it's kind of different in the mindset of stop thinking about the project that you're going to leave in 3 months, but about a product that you are going to maintain for the time that you are expecting. Then the second aspect is foundations. Of course, it's hard to maintain something that lasts for a long time if the foundations were not well structured. So 4 topics that I wanted to suggest. Scope. Usually smaller the scope, the better. The scope is going to change in the future, so it's easier to start small and then iterate than it is to start with a very complex scope that needs to cater for things that you haven't thought about. Start with a small core and prepare for the expansion. So prepare ways to expand your product without preparing that to be in the core. Data. Data in our field is the hardest thing to change. Like, you can change architecture, you can change components, you can change dependency. If you haven't prepared your data well in the beginning, it's always the hardest thing to change. And it's going to be always the heaviest legacy that you bring across those 10, 20 years is the data and the way that you store the data since the beginning. So spend as much time as possible to model your data since day one. Users, they are super important in your project. Users will be, in the end, what will own your product. So if you start creating your ecosystem early on, you are going to have more champions for your product. And the earlier you expose to them the product, the earlier they own the product, the better. And architecture, this is something that changes, of course, over time, but 3 important aspects. Make it as loosely coupled as possible, so it's possible to remove part of your architecture or part of your components when you want. Really balance how much code you write or you own versus how much code you depend. Typically, external dependencies are the first one to die. They're going to die way earlier than the code that you wrote. So think very well if you want to use that model because it's going to die. Think very well if you want to use that library because it's going to die. And balance that with writing your own code or writing the right balance. Then time passes, and usually you need to do changes on your code. And the only way that you have to guarantee that your code or your product still works is to retest it again. So it's not only the time that you spend testing that it worked when it was launched, but the time that you spend testing whenever you change it that it keeps working. Software without tests is way more expensive in the long run. It can be cheaper when you launch, but it's always more expensive on the long run. And also, typically products that have a large testing coverage, an automatic testing coverage, typically lasts way longer because it's way easier to say, I'm confident that my change did not affect what is more important for my product, so I can change it. And tests, muito mais? Okay. And it doesn't matter if you have a test coverage or a test suite that was written 10 years ago, it never run after that. The next time that you're going to run it, it's going to fail because dependency A broke, because system B broke. That doesn't matter. If you need to have tests that run frequently. So things like nightly builds, weekly builds on your project, it's what guarantees that you have something that you can trust. Otherwise, it's useless. Documentation. Usually when you want to do a change on your code and you want to quickly look to how things are done, those are the 3 questions that you ask. How is this done in the code? Like, I have this feature, how does it work? Why was it done? Because it's sometimes hard to understand the background. When it was done and it is still needed, or can it be killed without any problem? So a few suggestions. You'll not be the same when you get to that code. You write the code today, in 3 months you have no idea about what you did. That's pretty common. Maybe sometimes you'll never come back to that code. Some other colleague will come. So make sure that documentation and code, they are close as possible. And sometimes this is not very easy. It's very, when you are coding, you want to guarantee that it's working. You want to guarantee that it does the end result. You don't think about how someone is going to read that code in a few months or a few years. But sometimes just making sure that what you are committing to your code base is easy to trace back to some ticket that had some business history on your project, that your merge requests make sense, that they are isolated enough to understand, for someone to understand, okay, this was introduced in 2010 because we were introducing something on the language system. That really helps. Commit messages that they have ticket numbers really helps to understand how something was done, why is it broken now, because it's very easy to go back in time and see the time that it was requested, who worked on it, and why was it done like that. And finally, change. Like time passes and requests for changes start to arrive. The way that you address those requests is going to really determine the time that your project is going to last. Always do a reality check. Is this change really needed? Can it be addressed in some other way? If you are introducing something, how does it affect your product? Can it replace something else that you had on the product? And it's always a hard balance between someone asks you a change and you want to be lazy, you want just to do that change that doesn't affect anything else, and you're just adding crap over crap on the spaghetti of your code. Or you want to be bold and you want to do the right thing and you want to refactor and use that change to refactor, or you go out of scope and you eventually get fired because you went way out of what was asked. It's always very hard to balance, but make sure that you understand where you are and make sure that you try to be bold as much as possible. Refactor and releases, it's an important aspect on time as well. Every time that you change your product is an opportunity to make it better and to make it simpler. And Drupal did this over time very well. Use every opportunity to be close to your upstream dependencies. So if something is updating that we are dependent on, make sure that you keep yourself up to date and you use every refactor updated and any planned updated to be close as upstream as possible. Couple your release cycle. If you can plan your release cycle and say, this year I'm going to do 4 or 5 releases, try to couple that with the lifetime of your dependencies, like as Drupal does, for instance. Prepare for maturity. You can launch things in a rollout phase. You start launching something that is alpha, that is beta, until it's finally stable, but don't launch immediately things that are stable or are marked as stable and break things for others. And give an expectation around dates. So make sure that if you are communicating these changes on alpha, betas, and stable, then make sure that those dates are expected by your users. So this was about the projects and about the code. I want to talk a bit about what time does to us. So Sunday will not be here anymore. We need to be prepared for Sunday. So we basically need to guarantee that our projects can run without ourselves. We need to be fully replaceable. That's the way that successful projects last for a long time. You have a large base of people with different efforts that they can give back in different times, and people give their efforts and contributions in a different way over the time. If you spread that knowledge, if you spread that effort, it's way easier to have a project that lasts for a long time. It's not a one-man show anymore. So make it easy to jump in and make it easy for people to jump in and jump out. Did Drupal pass the test of time? Well, let's back to the dates that we started. 24 years, 8 months, 4 days. Definitely did. How? Well, a few lessons that I think that Drupal can teach us how to pass the test of time. We made Drupal core more resilient over time. We experienced first things outside in contrib models or in experimental models, and then only when they were stable enough and they were battle tested enough, they were brought into core in a way more mature state. Some other times things were experimental or were just contribs and never made it to core, and that's fine. There was no space for them in core. Trust was enforced, even if Drupal had a good governance model and they had a good solid foundations. Trust was enforced. You could see that the standards that Drupal asks for writing code into core, writing code into community models, they raised over time. The expectations that everything is tested is something that was not there many years ago, but over time, things changed and the trust was enforced. People know that they can keep trusting Drupal to update their Drupal sites, that things are not going to break from day to night. That's important. And Drupal changed the release cycle. That was very important to know that Drupal 11 is going to be supported, or Drupal 10 is going to be supported until June 2026. They have a large, an LTS version that is supported for a long time, allow people to plan and their project for those updates and not having to spend all the time updating to the new shiny thing just to be on the upstream. Drupal always preferred together instead of fast, which is typically a good lesson. So grew its user base, grew its maintainer base, replaced maintainers over time. We're able to bring new generations of people into core development. That is very important. Without this, Drupal would not be here anymore today. And Drupal was also able to drop what was not needed anymore. So there are a lot of other things that were part of Drupal back in the early days, which are not there anymore in Drupal. And if it became a very small use case, Drupal was able to just remove it from core. Drupal was also able to empower many careers. That's really a lesson on how you pass time, is how you make your importance and your impact on the careers of many people that started with Drupal, then moved to something else, but some of the key principles from Drupal, they are still on the new things that people move to. So I think that's a very key lesson on passing the test of time. I'm finishing, but I wanted to talk to you about the future, if I can. And I asked ChatGPT about this. Can you tell me what the website of the future will be? And the answer was quite shiny, as all the ones from ChatGPT. So it says that the website of the future might not even look like a website. It's going to be an adaptive, AI-driven, immersive layer of reality that lasts because it bends with human needs. Amazing. But there were a lot of questions these days, right? Will there be websites in the future? Maybe not. How are people going to interact with those websites? Who knows? What will it take to create for the web? Today, you have many softwares that you just start with a prompt and they start building websites. So nothing else is needed anymore. And more important, when is our web legacy is going to die? How many years we have more until our websites start to die? I don't know. No one will know. But as a final lesson, I just want to pass these messages to stick to the basics. Keep it simple, but design for the change. So basically start with a small core, prepare for extension, make sure that it's easy to change your product without having to bring it to the core, and allow a community to change your product. Build a community, not just a product. That's true everywhere. That's true if you are building a product for internal usage, or if it's true if you are building an open source project. It's the same principle. It's the community. It's people that are champions for your product. Prioritize interoperability and standards. Usually it's easy to, when you are based yourself on something that is standard, it's easy to migrate to something else, so it's easy to keep adapting your project. Then it is if you come with your own data model, your own protocol, your own API model. Evolve governance as you scale, and this is important to make sure that people keep owning the project and you are not the only owner of your project. And focus on principles and not trends. Typically the principles are going to stay there for a long time. The trends, there are waves, like any new shiny framework, any new shiny way of developing software typically die, but the principles are typically the same. And they are the same since I started working on this field. And adapt. I just want to share that one of the things that I saw myself adapting was that this was the first presentation I've written where every slide actually started with a ChatGPT prompt. And it's very changing the way that you start creating and presenting when you start working like that. So that was pretty much what I had for today. I hope I didn't waste your time, and I think I kept the time on time. So I just want to open to questions. I don't know if anyone has one. Otherwise, no questions? Okay, if no questions, I'm going to pass to Wendy, so we keep on schedule.
So we're going to have Wendy. This might be very interesting for junior developers. No more copy-paste. How to avoid AI dependency as a junior developer. Thanks, Wendy. You have to use this.
Thank you, everyone. Um, I'm Wendy Paltodano from Nicaragua. I'm a Drupal developer, and I'm currently work at Entech, which is a US-based company. And I'm so happy to always attend to this event and also represent women. As I mentioned, I'm going to share about no more copy and paste, how to avoid AI dependency as junior developer. And let me start telling an anecdote, and of course, it's about me. And I was assigned with an issue, and the issue was that the WYSIWYG editor wasn't working. And what's more, the client needed to fix it quickly, as is usual. And checking the ticket, I found many things that I was confused. There were not a step to reproduce the issue, no description of the problem, not information on the user that encountered the issue, not a screenshot. The screenshot that I found was an image that was broken. No URLs. And speaking about how to write effective reports, I have a talk, this is the link, where I mention what things we need to ask to the client, what things we need to ask to the client to provide us in order to solve this kind of problem in an effective way. And I started this journey. I tried to solve the issue by my own, just with the title, as you notice, and without success, I decided to use AI. And I wrote my prompt, and following the suggested solution on AI, what happened, it took me a long time, and I didn't solve the issue. So I decided to ask one of my colleagues for help. And one of the things that I have learned at this time is that, for example, in the case of the junior developers, if you can solve an issue in a month of time, for example, you can take 2 hours, but if you can solve it, ask for help. That is something important. So then when I asked for help to my colleague, first, because the editor was powered by JavaScript, the first thing that we do was inspect the browser console. And there were errors that gave us a clue on what was causing the error. And then I also found a discussion on the Drupal Slack channel, where they were talking about CK editor, that the CK editor breaking changes, and this was affecting some contributed modules. And the people posted some reference on the Drupal Slack issues. And I went to the Drupal Slack issues, and I found some issues related to mine. And reviewing the configuration of the CK editor, we identified one plugin that was causing the editor breaks. So after removing one button, to the editor toolbar, the editor was started again. And upon a closer inspection, we also found that this button had not been working long before the error was reported. What happened here, we did an update to the Drupal core and some contrib modules. So the CK editor library also was updated. That caused that the editor crashed completely. And what lessons I learned here? First, understand the problem before asking AI. Check the error logs, because we can have errors with the web server, database, PHP, or JavaScript. And read errors carefully. Sometimes we just see the error, but we said, I don't know what is happening here. But the errors, if we read carefully, we can find where is the issue sometimes. Search online if someone has already reported similar errors. Review the release notes when applying updates. Test before and after an update, and document the problem and its solution. And I was thinking at that time about how reliant I was on the use of AI, also for straightforward solutions or straightforward issues. And now I want to talk about two developers. The one who coding without AI. This developer writes the code, breaks the code, and fixes the code. And the other developer that is coding with AI. This developer writes a prompt, copies and pastes the error messages, and hopes no more errors are introduced. We expect to have the ideal solution. And let me ask you something. Which developer is better equipped to update the code base when a new feature is requested or a new bugs appear? Don't tell me your answer. As junior developers, it's important to have the basics. So we need to know the language syntax. We need to know about control structures. We need to know about logic operators. And we need to know the API or the framework that we are using on our projects. And when we are progressing in our dev journey, we need to expand our knowledge. We need to know about version control, debugging techniques, database management, testing, API integration, security, and performance. And that's not all. We need to learn many things in this process. But the good news is that AI can be a great companion for learning. It can clarify the syntax if we are not familiar. It can recognize the code to make it easy to understand. It can analyze and provide summary of the code base. It can explain how the algorithm works and provide us some samples of implementation. And it can be instructed to build features one step at a time and explaining each step along the way. AI should be used to amplify and hone your coding skill, not replace them. Something important to highlight here is that don't assume that AI is always right. And at this point, many developers apply the AI solutions without understanding the code and without reading it. That's why sometimes we fail. And it's important to be conscious that the generated code, if this code makes sense, and also to review the code. And when we review the generated code, there are some questions. Is it taking advantage of existing APIs? Is it structured correctly? Is it easy to understand? Is it easy to maintain? Does it follow coding standards? Does it break existing tests? And are there any blatant security or performance issues? I remember that there are some times when I ask to AI for a code, and I try to not just, as the title of the talk, copy and paste. I try to be conscious of what is, if that code makes sense. And when we have a generated solution by AI, we also can improve. We can also improve the code by challenging the current implementation. And we can ask the following questions: what are the pros and cons of this approach versus the initial implementation? What are the trade-offs between these solutions? And can you generate an alternative solution? And if you don't understand the code, do not ship it. And what's more, prompting is not problem solving. Today, many developers are becoming prompt engineers instead problem solvers. And we need to know about problem-solving skills to analyze a problem, understand the need it is fulfilling, break it down into smaller parts, think of multiple alternatives to solve it, and pick the one that is easier to maintain and adapt for future requirements or implementations. Solving a problem is all about the journey, not the destination. And it's important to build a healthy workflow. When we try to solve something by our own, it might not get it right on the first try. It may break things along the way, but that's fine. Struggling with difficult problems is when we learn the most, and getting familiar errors help us, or is useful to solve the future issues. And only resort to AI after trying on your own. And it's important to read, understand, and question the generated code. Do not let AI think on your behalf. It is tempting to stray with a solution that we don't understand. That's why it is important to understand what we are asking to the AI, and also have a holistic understanding of the solution. And where do I start investigating? The source code itself, official documentation, issue queues, related notes, change records, support channels like Slack. That was one of the places that I found useful information, developer communities, educational platforms, debugging tools and techniques. And I think that this is part of the sensitive item when we are using AI, So we need to be careful while we are sharing because unintentionally many junior developers, or not just developers, are sharing information to AI, and we are feed with user data, API keys, proprietary code, disclosure of personal information, exposure of trade secrets and intellectual property, and also violation of non-disclosure agreements. So before using AI, we need to make sure that if we are abide the policies of the organizations, and before working with AI, we need to remove sensitive data. And talking about soft skills, communication is the key. Junior developers sometimes neglect on this. Writing code is often not the first step to solve problems. We need to have a holistic understanding of the situation, and we need to discuss the trade-off of the solution being proposed and understand any compromises that need to be made. And I want to conclude with this quote that said, understanding the process of finding a solution is far more valuable than the solution itself. So, thank you. Any questions or comments about it? No. That picture is an island on Nicaragua. Yeah.
So I do have a question. In my team, I have a lot of young people, and I've seen that they do that a lot. Mm-hmm. And they don't think about the consequences of security and ethical risks. And they get more confused. That's one thing. The other thing is that they get more confused when they try to solve the problem with AI, but they didn't understand the problem, right? And I see that more and more. So my question is, I know you gave your advice there. What is the real reason why that you think why they are doing this, right? Because that's going to kill their own ability to understand the process and understand the problem, right?
I think this is part of the compromise of the company, because there are companies that are using AI with any rules. They just buy the subscription and they say, try it AI. And people are feeling pressure because it's supposed that AI gave us a solution in a faster way. And as I mentioned, as junior developer, it's important to have the basics. So if in your team there's not roles, I can say, where to guide the people in the way to use the AI, they can try, but that's not the solution. And one thing that I found investigating about this topic is that it's good to have time without AI. So it's like to have a time just to search through the web, ask for people, learn from the official documentation. Because if you don't have these kind of things, I don't know, it depends on the people, what they want to do. That's.
Thank you. So to talk a little bit about what you were saying, I have been doing Drupal development for quite a long time, and in particular Drupal migrations for maybe 8 years now. And yesterday, someone was asking me about like to help with an estimate for a migration. And they say, oh, that seems high. Can we do this with AI? And I was like, okay. Well, there are no AI modules that can help you with this. And even if there was something available, it is not like a magical thing that will like just make it 10 times faster. So I just want to point out that one of the things, not only for junior developers, but for any developer, we need to manage expectations properly. Like AI, and I will be talking about this later, AI can help you, can assist you in writing code, but it will not do the whole thing for you. And the expectation management is not only for the developers, but also for people managing the project, for people selling the projects, because sometimes they try to sell something that is impossible. So I just want to highlight that, and yeah, sharing the pain that people think that AI will solve everything right away and easily and for free, and that is not the case.
Did you try to estimate with AI?
No. I did, well, to be fair, I did search for options to do AI-assisted Drupal migrations. I found a module, but it is for getting content from external sources, like scraping a site and put it into Drupal. It is called AI_migration, but it is not for when you have a Drupal 7 site that you want to port to Drupal 11 that will write everything for you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the talk. So I think mine's more a comment than a question necessarily. What I've found is that the AI is quite dangerous for me because of the inherent fluency bias we all have. So if someone speaks very fluently and uses lovely words, we tend to think they know what they're talking about. And AI is a token prediction system to produce fluency. Truth does not matter to AI. I mean, it doesn't have a concept of truth or whether the code will work. So I have to constantly remind myself that it will confidently tell me the wrong thing. And it will be fluent, so I will believe it on some deep unconscious level. Which means that I have to treat it very much like I treat a junior developer. So I need to give it, if I am going to use it, and I do because I'm lazy. I mean, it does save time with boilerplate and stuff, right? It needs to have the same guardrails and tools that I implement in my projects for other people, AKA me when I'm tired too. So linters, coding standards, all that stuff needs to be in place to catch the obvious stuff. And then also, I very much think people should stay away from, definitely if there's a junior developer working with me, I would tell them stay away from agentic stuff where it goes off and it does a bunch of changes because it has never ended well. I have lost many hours. I wish I could say I'm smart enough not to do this. But every now and then I think, oh, let me just go and try it. And I waste hours and go down rabbit holes of overcomplicated messes. Okay, now I'm going to give my age away. When I was at university learning C++, we did our exams on paper. We had to write out structures and functions and stuff on paper. And I very frequently don't do this, but when I really get stuck on a problem, I go back to drawing a little table on paper and saying, what is the variable now? Or what do I need this function to do? So I think it's a great time-saving thing I'm waffling on now, but it's just a tool. Nobody's making money off this yet. Right now, pension funds and other investors are paying us to burn electricity and money on AI. So I don't know if it's going to be around forever, so maybe don't build your whole career on it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Which is what's your message. Thank you. Okay.
Well, first, thank you for the presentation. And I think that there's two main problems with AI. First, most people don't really understand it. And the second one derivates from that, is that they expect too much.
Yeah.
So it's a state of mind. People need to try to understand it more, or at least expect less,
Yeah.
and check it always.
It's like Mauricio was telling about managing expectation.
Yeah, people need to change the way that they use it. Like, sometimes I also use it, of course, but instead of trying to give me the solution, it's different than tell it to give us the solution and explain it. That's the way we learn, right? If it explains and we try to understand the problem, because quite often I find myself finding the solution first in the AI, just because it's explaining, but it's not getting to the solution, but the explaining that it does from the basics or something that I don't have the knowledge. But with that knowledge that from explaining, I get to the solution.
Yeah, that's right.
You want to respond?
I think it was a comment, not a question.
Thank you so much. Então, temos agora o almoço, é saindo, virando à direita, não é? Aqui lá ao fundo. É Coffee Lounge, não é? Está aqui, obrigado. Pronto, encontramos aqui às 2, acho que tem tempo suficiente.
assim que tiver demanda.
Okay. I was supposed to do a demo later. I guess it will be hard. Oh, I guess I can do this. I will figure it out. Never mind.
Yeah.
I guess we can begin. Hello? Okay. Hello, hello. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This is AI-assisted development for Drupal, and the slides are already available. At the end of the session, I will also do a demo, but you can already check the slides. This is part of Drupal Day Portugal 2025, and I think this is the largest crowd I have ever had in a Drupal Day, so thank you for being part of this. My name is Mauricio Dinarte. My pronouns are he and him. I go by Dinarcon online. That is my email. I am very passionate about teaching, and on that website, I write about Drupal, mostly about Drupal migrations, which has been my main areas of focus for the last 8 years. That means if you have a huge site, like what Hernani was saying in the morning, you have made a big investment in a product. It can be running for 10 years, and Drupal 7 reached end of life, and you need to go to a new version. It might take a lot of effort to move all the content, all the configuration, everything that you did into a newer version of Drupal. So that is what I specialize in, and I document a lot of my findings on that website. And yeah, that's my profile on Drupal.org. I am from Nicaragua, beautiful, warm country. It is like 30 degrees all year round, so if you need to escape the cold winter here in Portugal, you know where to go. If you are into extreme sports, we have like 17 plus volcanoes, 5 of them are active, and you can do crazy stuff like walk to the crater and look down. You can surf down the slope of a volcano. You can sleep on the crater of a volcano. It's very heavy. But now, just to switch topics again, I work with Agaric. It's a US-based organization, but there are people in Europe also working on the company. That is the website. I write in English. I try to translate to French and Spanish, and now a little bit of Portuguese, but mostly English. I don't have that much time. So a little bit of background about this presentation. I have been doing Drupal development for the last 15 plus years. And until this year, I had actually never used AI seriously for anything. I actually have a friend from Portugal who every time that I met him, he said, "Oh, I did this with AI. Oh, it helped me, perform this task or solve that problem." I was kind of like hesitant because I've been doing this for so long. I can figure things out myself with a debugger. But I was very curious about like his recommendations, and after trying it myself, I think it can be useful, and that's what I'm talking about today. So in addition to my friend talking about how he uses AI, I was very impressed by a demo that Dries Buitert, he's the founder of Drupal. In April, he shared a video about using Cloud Code to update his personal Drupal site and create new features. And I saw myself in that video, like manually, painfully doing those changes manually and very error prone, to be honest. And Cloud Code, just like one prompt, seconds later, the thing has been implemented. So that was what initially like blew my mind about this. And you can actually watch the video. It's like 30 minutes or so, and it's very insightful. And then later that month, Jacob Rokowicz, which is the maintainer of a very popular Drupal module called Webform, he also shared an article how he used ChatGPT for helping with writing custom Drupal modules. And again, it was very insightful and from somewhat respected in the community. So like, okay, let's I need to try this. I need to see if it can actually improve my workflow, save time, and so on. And as I said before, I have rarely used AI for any serious development before. So with that background in mind, this is what my exercise was. And again, like, I will be talking about migrations a lot because for the past 8 years, like 80% of my work has been related to migrations. But basically, I created a module called auto increment alter. The reason why you need this module is, Drupal, WordPress, a lot of CMSs, when you create content, they get assigned a unique identifier. This is, node 1, this is post number 1, and so on. This is user 1, user 2, user 3, and so on. And when you're switching, let's say, from Drupal 7 to Drupal 11, you get a choice to keep the same IDs from before or to switch them to just get the next one available. What is the problem? If you're not careful and you start creating content in a test environment in Drupal 7 while the live Drupal 7 site is still running, at some point, new content from Drupal 7 can collide with new content in Drupal 11, to put it that way. And if that happens, it is very hard to manually reconcile the changes, to get the new content and merge that with the new content in the new site. So I created this module to, after shooting myself in the foot a couple of times, I created a module to, like, this cannot continue to happen. I'm going to, one of the alternatives to prevent this is to alter the auto increment value for the tables at the database level so that it is, like, you set it to a high enough value that it will be impossible for them to ever collide. Let's say you have 100 nodes and you don't expect that number to ever get to 1,000. So you say in the new site, the new value for nodes is going to be 1,000. So even if new content in Drupal 7 gets added, it will never get assigned the same ID in the new version of Drupal. So for the most part, you can be safe that these type of collisions will never happen. And this module was, when I originally created, mostly for myself, but in the spirit of open source, I made it available, and people started to use it, apparently, according to the statistics. But point being, it was mostly a developer tool. I never thought of it as something that people will be necessarily, like, using from a UI in Drupal itself. So, I made it for myself. I created the module, I implemented the functionality, initially only via services. Then I created drush commands just to make it a little bit easier to use. And this is how, there are many options, but two of the options is you create a configuration either by content entities or by tables, like specific tables, and you run a drush command and it will pick everything up and do the operation for you. So this was already working, but I wanted to see if AI could help me build a UI to make the module more approachable for a broader audience. So with that in mind, I decided to try Cloud Code. And this is my setup. This was my setup. I use Cloud Model Sonnet 4 by Anthropic. I installed Drupal 11, like a fresh Drupal 11 project using DDEV, which is my local development environment of choice. A quick detour. Who has never heard or used DDEV before? Okay, everybody's a Drupal developer here? Or a WordPress developer? Okay, that's good. Yeah, DDEV is amazing. Every time I get a chance, I like to promote it because it saves me so much time. You can have Drupal, WordPress, so many different frameworks on your local environment with very advanced tools in very short time. So in addition to that, I also installed a DDEV plugin called DDEV Cloud Code by FreelyGive. Cloud Code is a command line tool that is going to connect with Anthropic's AI to generate code. And I'm going to demo this, but the reason why I point this out is Cloud Code requires Node to be installed, and I am a Drupal developer for the most part. I rarely have to touch JavaScript, so I didn't have Node installed on my computer. and I didn't want to have Node installed in my computer. So by getting this module, this plugin for DDEP, it will install Node in the DDEP container. It will install Cloud Code in the DDEP container, and my host machine is free of JavaScript and Node and anything that can come with that. So that's what I use it. And the plugin comes also with GitLab CLI, which we don't need it, but it's already there if you want to use it. And I'm going to talk a little bit and show a demo of this, but most of these tools have a concept either like a memory bank, or just like a configuration file in which you can provide instructions or in context about your project. So in the case of Cloud, there is a Cloud MD file that you can use to provide instructions. So what I did is the same organization, FreelyGib, they maintain a module called Cloud Code, which has like a template for general instructions that you can provide for Drupal development. But also, from Jacob's article, I basically combined the two, added a little bit of things of my own preference, and I had this, custom version that will guide Cloud Code to, for one, tell it that it is a Drupal site, but also some of the choices that I make as a developer. And as I said before, this provides context about your project, about your coding preference, and such. So again, we will not spend too much time like reading line by line, but just from a general perspective, this is a Markdown file. It doesn't have to be a specific structure. You just provide as much information as you want. I was specifying this is a Drupal 8.2. I am using Drush 13. I am using DDEP for local development, and I specified the version of PHP, MySQL, Composer, and Node that were available. You can, as I said, you can provide code styles guidelines that you want to follow. This is going to target PHP 8.3 onwards, abide by Drupal coding standards. You can be more technical. In the case of hooks, I want to use the new version of object-oriented hooks and so on. So, again, this is available as part of the module for the most part, the Cloud Code module. So you can take a deeper look at that if you're interested into the details. But again, give as much context as possible so the tool can understand what the project is about and also what your coding preferences are. If you don't do this, I have seen code that works, but for example, doesn't abide to Drupal coding standards. And if you want to contribute that back, it's not that good. It is not ideal. Okay, so now with specific tips based on my experience. The first thing is begin with the end in mind. And if we want to make effective use of these tools, we need to have a very clear idea of what we want to build. And then we need to be able to translate those requirements into the scripted prompts. At the beginning, it's like, okay, I have these 7 Drush commands, and I want to build an interface. If I just tell the AI, read the code and build an interface, I can only imagine what would come out of it. Like, I needed to provide, I want this URL, I want this format, I want to be able to perform these actions, like very specific. Basically, like if I were, we in the previous session, we talked about treating AI as a junior developer. So in this case, I was kind of like the project manager or technical lead, breaking the requirements into issues or tickets that then I feed into the AI. So what things you need to plan for? In my case, because I was building a user interface, plan the UI elements and how they were going to behave. Things like validation logic, fields that are required or that are optional. How, like if you're going to have links between different interfaces, how you link from one to another. I'm going to talk about this later, but at some point I was even setting default values based on query string parameters in the URL. So you need to be very verbose if you want to get very good results. As I said, you translate the requirements into prompts and try to include as many technical details as possible. This is going to make the whole process easier and faster, because the AI will not have to guess and what your intentions are. You just like tell, do this, do that, and we're going to see example of this. And if anything, the most important part is do not let AI to think for you. It is your task, it is your code, you are the one delivering it, you are the one responsible. Don't let the system to do this work for you. So again, like, we're not going to go over every single line, but just want to highlight a couple of things. This is the Drupal 11 project, because as was mentioned in a comment before by Johan, AI can use Drupal 7 code in Drupal 11, which doesn't work. So first thing, point out what CMS and what version you are using. In this case, I was expanding functionality from an existing module, so I instructed the AI, the module is in this place, go review the code, and in particular, I didn't want to reinvent the wheel. The module had already functionality that was doing what I needed. I just wanted a new interface that will reuse the code and the functionality that was already present. So I was very explicit about that. And then this is where I start being very specific. I want to create a new permission. The title is going to be this. The description is going to be this. This should have restricted access. This line, in reality, because it was an experiment also for myself, I wanted to play to see how AI will react to my prompts. In some cases, I was very specific. In some cases, I was more loose. And in this one, Drupal permissions allow you to have like a flag that says this permission has security implications. So I wanted to see if by providing this prompt, the system was going to pick that up, and it did in the end. But again, like, it was also part of the learning experience. I could have said, I just want the new page to be available in this path. But instead of doing that, I tried to use very technical terms in Drupal. I want to create this route with this specific name, and the route will be available in this path, and the title will be this, and the description will be that, and it will only be available for people with specific permissions and so on. So again, like, the more specific you are, the better you are going to, the results are going to be. Again, like, this is about placements of the admin page in the administration section. This is about what I am going to see when I actually get to the page. I want to create this table, I want to implement hook help, and so on. A few things that I want to point out. I am being very specific because I have been doing Drupal development for long enough to be able to use this terminology. And as I said before, sometimes I will be loose, I will not use technical terms just to see how it will react. And for the most part, it was okay. But if you know what you want, just ask for it. Don't let the AI just guess, because at the end you will be losing time correcting something that could have been implemented the right way from the get-go. So again, like this, I acknowledge that this comes with experience, being able to be this specific and this verbose and this technical, but as Wendy was saying before, it is part of the journey. Like, you will be learning along the way, and anything that you learn, apply it the next time that you need to use it. Now, I want to highlight this part. As part of this exercise, I built 5 user interfaces. For 3 of them, the initial prompt was mostly okay. It did the job as I was expecting. But in 2 of them, things went really bad. So, for one, understand the generated code. If you don't understand it, ask AI to rewrite it, to explain it, or just delete it. But if you don't understand what it is doing, please do not ship that code. Do not assume that AI is right. As Johan was saying, AI has a level of confidence that is incredible. I wish I were as confident as Cloud Code saying, this is the way to do it. And then I realize, no, that's not the way to do it. Oh, yes, you're right. This is the way to do it. And they fail again. And I point that out, and they fail again. It is incredible. I wish I were as confident as the AI. Something that it's part of the training. Yeah, something that is obvious, but please, run the code. Run the code. Like, I have heard people sending pull requests with PHP fatal error because the Drupal 7 function no longer exists in Drupal 11, but because they didn't understand the code, they didn't read the code, they just send a pull request, and everything breaks. So it's, fireworks. It's crazy. So run the code. And then, you will get errors. You can copy and paste the error. Sometimes it is going to correct itself. Sometimes it won't be possible, but run the code. Perform code quality checks and static analysis. Again, like this comes with experience. But usually, we have aliases or commands to run PHP CS, PHP stand, PHP unit. After every interaction with the code that gets generated, sometimes we just let it through, let it run for a couple of times. But before making any commit, we check this. We check that the code is passing the standards that are defined for the project. And also check for readability. The other day, it created code that worked, but it was very hard to read. As such, it was very hard to maintain. And in the end, there were easier and better ways to make the whole thing work. So even if it works, just don't accept it. Questions, it will be, in the best case scenario, you in the future reading the same code, and if you don't understand it today, I guarantee that you won't understand it 1 year from now. So be mindful about readability of the code. Ask for explanations, and again, sometimes it will say, oh yes, this is why I implemented this, and if you question it, it will say, oh, there is an alternative, and maybe that alternative is better. And again, rewrite if necessary. I usually think about these tools as a car that has autopilot. They will be able, given an instruction, I want to go to something here in Porto, Casa de Música. I want to go to Casa de Música, and it will be able to drive itself all the way there. But, construction is always happening in Porto, and maybe the system is not intelligent enough to navigate those close streets and roads. So you, in the end, are in control. You can take the wheel and steer it in the direction that you want to go. And that's how I see AI. It is a tool that is going to help me, but ultimately, I am the one in control. Now, just some general things that I found along the way. When you find errors, you can just copy and paste the error, and that is fine. But try to, if you are aware of things, you can check the code yourself, add a little bit of extra context. In this case, I got the error, and I told, this is expecting an object of this type, but we are returning something different. See the error message below. That first line gave extra context. And then after this prompt, it was able to, oh yeah, you're right, correct itself. But even if you're copying and pasting errors, try to provide a little bit of extra context to make the process, faster. Another thing is that, as I said before, in this case, I like this example because at some point, I got a PHP fatal error because the code was redeclaring a variable that was available in the base class. So the whole thing failed because of that. And when I pointed out the fact, it not only removed the duplication, but it also understood that it would be a good idea to check the base class. And when it checked the base class, it found a method that was doing what the system was trying to do by itself. So instead of re-implementing a method, it was just reusing method from the base class. So it did two things in one go. Understood that the base class had this property that didn't have to be re-implemented, but at the same time, it understood that the property had, that the base class had this method that I can reuse instead of having to write something again from scratch. And ultimately, again, like going back to the first session by Hernani, we want our code to live for long, and one of the ways to do that is make it maintainable. And the less custom code that we write, the less custom code we have to maintain. And not only that, we are leveraging, public APIs, stable APIs from Drupal itself, so why not take advantage of them? And again, just cherry picking on this to say, I could have let AI to write the alter queries again from scratch, but that was not my purpose with this exercise. I wanted to reuse the same services that I had already written, so that's why you see that I am injecting auto-increment alter.mysql service, because it's instead of doing the work again from scratch, I get to reuse what was there already. And the results. This is one of the screens. I have, like, if we want to break it down, we have the table, we have links. These links provides query string parameters to pre-populate values on the other page. We have multiple tabs, we have multiple buttons. And in this example, we are reading from settings and showing that information on the screen. And when you click the alter tables, it will perform the operation. This is another example in which we have a form. You get to select the content entity that you want to apply the changes and provide the auto-increment values for base tables and revision tables. And yeah, for the most part, that is what I got. Now, what did I learn along the way? For one, plan before writing the first line of code. It is tempting, and it is not about seniority, like a junior developer, a senior developer. It is not about how long you have been doing this. Many times we are just like, we just want to jump right into the code editor and start writing code. But in this case, for one, AI was writing on my behalf, but also, I think it took me at least an hour to think, to plan what I wanted to build, and then to translate that into the different prompts that I was going to use. So this is something that you need to be very mindful. Especially for complex tasks, you need to allocate time for planning. You need to allocate time for converting those requirements into a prompt as technical as possible so that you can get effective results. Provide project-specific context. It is not the same a Drupal 10 site than a Drupal 11 site. Even between minor versions, there might be API changes and that you can use or not use. And this is also about just like AI seems to, like different models, seems to have like cutoff dates as to how now they understand a system. And again, like I have seen many times in Drupal 11 projects, using Drupal 7 code or using Drupal 8 code, and the funniest of them all, using functions that never existed. This is part of like the confidence of AI. They tell you use this function, and it never existed in Drupal 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It just doesn't exist at all, but they claim it is there. Be specific with the requirements. This is going to save time in the long run. Include technical details in your prompts, and also when you find errors, if you understand the error, you review the source code, you can provide extra information about those. Understand the generated code, otherwise never ship it. Audit for performance and security. I have seen, again, cases where functionally things work, air quotes work as you expect, but there are things that are just like performance or security or just like bad practices in general that shouldn't be allowed. And remember that you are in control. Ultimately, you can stop the AI at any point. You can manually change the code that was generated, and the AI system is like intelligent enough to understand that the current version of the code is not exactly what was generated, but it was updated manually by a human, and they can pick up from there for the next task. And this is the part that will go either well or very badly. So let's see. I'm going to do a demo. So for context, I have a Drupal 11 site, and I want to take inspiration from another community, an open source community, WordPress. So WordPress core comes with a module called Hello Dolly, and it has a song hard-coded in the source code, and it basically takes a random line from that song and prints it on the screen. So I want to do something like that, but instead connected with the event that we are today here. So I want to have a module that will let me enter like some text, in this case, the schedule for Drupal day, and that I get a block that will randomly show one session from the program at any point. So that's what we're going to try to do, and I know that I want to time box this to like 10 minutes or so that we can have time for questions at the end. 1 second. So for this, I think it is important to read the whole thing, so I will do it quickly. This is a Drupal 11 project. We're going to create a new Drupal module, the machine name for the module, Drupal Day Portugal 2025, which is going to be located in this place. And the module will store multiple lines of text in a configuration and show one random line in a custom block. I want to create a new permission. This is the name. The title of the permission will be X. The description will be Y. And again, like this is just to see if it does what I expect it to do. I'm going to highlight it if it does it properly. Then I want to create a route that will be available under this path. The title is going to be this, and it will be accessible if the user has a specific permission. The route will appear in the system section of the Drupal configuration. The title will be this, the description will be this. And when you visit the route, I want to see a configuration form. The form should contain a required text area with label Drupal schedule. The description of the text area field should be enter one session per line. And then the module should provide a block that reads configuration and presents one random line of its content. You can see that in some cases, I am being more specific, like when I describe the route. And in other cases, I am being more loose, like when I describe the block, it is only one line, and let's see how it behaves. As Wendy was saying before, AI can be used for learning. So sometimes I intentionally do not provide all the technical details to see how AI will react. And in a couple of circumstances, I have seen it use either classes or methods or services that I was not aware before. So I learned something new by giving it some freedom, if you will. So let's see how this works. I'm going to copy the prompt. I will be using Cloud Code. In Cloud Code, it works on the terminal. Even though you see it here inside of VS Code, I just open a terminal session in VS Code, but I can run it completely outside of it. And that is one thing that I like about it. Like, it is not tied to a specific IDE or tied to a specific framework. If you have a command line, you can execute it. So just before going with the example, has anybody not used something like this before? Cloud Code, ChatGPT, Gemini, or we all familiar? Okay. So at least one person has not used this before. So again, like in my case, after 15 years of manual writing things, it was mind-blowing for me to see how this works. So maybe it will be for you. Oh, sorry. So I will paste the prompt. And is the font big enough? Can you read it? Okay, good. So as a good developer, it reads the requirements and start breaking them down into the different things that it has to do. And for every step, it will create like a plan, like how I'm going to do this and the things that the action that I'm going to perform. So we can check here, okay, what do we need to do? We need to create a module directory with a structure and an info file. We need to define permissions, create routing, menu links, create a configuration form class, a configuration schema, the block plugin. We're going to create a composer JSON, a README file, and the CI configuration. Some of this was not specified in my prompt, but they were specified in the Cloud MD file. So again, like in this file, if you're going to be working on multiple tasks, you can provide things that are going to apply globally for all the tasks in the same project. So that's where the last three at the end come from. So, and for every step, you're going to see what it's going to try to do. In this case, create a directory. You can say, yes, I want to allow for this. I can say, yes, I want to allow for this and never ask to execute this command. Like the next time that you need to do mkdir to create a directory, don't ask for confirmation. I prefer to be in control, so I prefer to always say yes or no. Or if I think it is not doing what I am expecting, I can cancel the operation altogether. So in this case, yes, I want to create the folder. And just to prove that I am not cheating, let me show you web modules. The folder doesn't even exist. So if I run this, now if I refresh, now I have the folder. But no, it is only the folder at this point. Then the next step is to create the info file, and it gives the content. Do I want to proceed? I'm going to be a little bit faster here. Oh, yes, I want to proceed. It's creating the info file. Okay, first step done. Now it has to do with creating permissions. It knows that permissions are defined in a permission.yaml file. And this is the one part that I was highlighting before. This module doesn't need it. I just wanted to see if the way that I phrased the prompt, it understood that this extra line should be added. And it is just like a warning in the permission page that this module has security implications. So I say yes, it is going to create the file. Until you say yes, the file is not created. You only see it on the screen, but it won't be created. Now it goes to the next step, creating a routing configuration. It knows that it goes in a routing file. It takes the path, and it creates a configuration form. It specifies the title and the permission. Yes, this looks good. Now it goes to the next step, creating the menu links. Yeah, it goes in links.menu. I'm just going to go ahead quickly because this is not the most interesting part. Now this is where things start to get interesting. It's going to create the form class. First, it asks for permission to create the directory. Now, depending on how much time I have for a task, I will carefully review the code before even allowing it to proceed. But for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to go ahead and say yes for now, but we're going to manually review it later. Something that I also do is I try to, I create a new branch and I commit everything that AI is doing. And basically, I take a snapshot. At this point, this is the code that was generated. And if at some point I write code myself manually, I have that as a separate commit. So I can have a distinction between what was created automatically by the AI system versus the code that I am manually writing. And it is fun to go back in time and see all the attempts that were necessary to get something right. Just by looking at the Git history, 5 attempts, 7 attempts of things going wrong, and then the AI correcting itself after you refine your prompts. So again, for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to let it do everything, and then we're going to see the code and see if it is doing what we are expecting. Yeah, it is creating the block. And now this is not part of the prompt. This is part of what was specified in the CloudMD file. Another thing that I want to point out is that you can ask AI, as you saw before, to create folders. What do I really need to? Like it is mkdir and then the path. You can ask AI to use Drush to clear the cache, but do you really need to? I don't want to touch on the environmental aspects of using AI, at least during the demo, because I need to continue with something else. But think that, you know, these funny things here, you are burning resources, and yeah, maybe not the best use of resources just to do a Drush cache reveal when you can do it manually, to ask AI to write like 7 letters for you. Okay, almost done. And at the end, it summarizes what it did, all the steps. And now let's review the code. So if we go to modules, custom, you know, all of this was generated. The one that I'm most interested in is the form. If, yeah, you know, it seems to be doing what I expected for the form and for the block. I expect this to read configuration, and yes, it is reading configuration. And something random. Yeah, okay, it's doing that. Yeah, apparently it is doing it. But remember, run the code, run the code. Don't assume it works. So we need to enable the module. Drush, oh, sorry. This is Cloud Code. I am going to switch here. Drush and yeah, thank you. Okay. So let's do a quick check. If I come to extend and look for the module, I can see that it defines a permission, and it is what I specify. That extra configuration is this warning that you see here. So it got the permission right. Something that I didn't specify, and it would have been good, is to have a configure link here to go directly to the configuration page. And maybe we can do it at the end of the demo. But if not, I would expect it to be in the system section, and it is there. I click it, and boom. Okay. Okay, this is going to be fun. I got an error. So, because we might not have time for questions at the end, feel free to ask questions now. I can repeat them for the recording, but yeah. And so the one interesting thing is that when there is code already present, it is going to show you something like a git diff for the removal and additions. So for the sake of brevity, I'm going to say yes to everything, hoping for the best. Yes, yes, yes. Well, that is not important. Look, at first glance, in my first 5 seconds review, the code looks perfect. But in the end, it didn't work. Let's refresh. Now it works. Okay, good. Let's see. Now, it looks good, but does it work? That's a different thing. So I'm going to copy the program. And the first thing that I expect is that if I save this configuration, then when the page reloads, I will see the values. It will be, yeah, it is there. It was able to save it. If I refresh, it is there. Now, I asked for a block. If I come to structure, block layout, content, and then Portugal. I want to show it everywhere, and save. Come home, and yeah, it's there. It is not refreshing like every time. I wonder if there is some caching in place. Let's do the old trick of rebuilding caches. Drush. Yes. Okay, so here we can see that there is some caching issues. We're not going to get into this right now, but again, it is part of like what might be obvious, but you need to check. For one, run the code. We got a fatal error right away. Two, does it do what you expect? Does it look like what you expect? And in this case, it is about caching. Like, yeah, I was expecting that every time that I refreshed, I will get something different, but I am not getting that. So, security, performance, caching, do not give that for granted. AI will likely not get it right in the first try, and you are the ones responsible for testing and making sure that things work as expected. And one thing that I want to do, because it is relatively straightforward, I want to add a link to the configuration. So let's see if we get it right. I want to add a link to the configuration page. Let's see. It is going to be a change in the info file. Maybe get it right. Nope, didn't get it right. Okay. Wait. So I'm going to be technical for the sake of time. I want to update the info file to add a configuration that points to the new custom route. That should do it, hopefully. Yeah, now it's doing it. Again, so, yeah, that looks about right. So I know that for that link to appear in the extend page, I need to have a configuration key in my info file. And if I refresh, I think I need to clear my cache. Portugal. Yeah, no, it's there. So for this link to appear, I need that line in my info file pointing to the route. And that's, we got it. So going back to the presentation, I think it didn't go as bad as it could have gone. So that's a win. Just general notes, there are multiple AI providers with multiple models. Each model will have its strengths and weaknesses, so make sure to test with different ones. Another thing in terms of, there are many tools and they keep popping up over and over. In terms of IDEs, you can use Cursor, Windsurf, Cairo. I was using Cloud Code. You can have Microsoft Copilot, Klein. If you have a preference on an IDE, it is very likely that they offer some tool. So JetBrains provide AI assistant. But again, ultimately, you are in control. And I want to close with a quote by Uncle Ben. With great power comes great responsibility. And that's the end of my journey with today, but maybe it's the start of yours. Thank you very much. So I think we are on time. I don't know if we have time for a question. Yeah. Any questions?
So have you tried the different models, and what do you prefer between Gemini, Copilot, Claude?
Myself, I have tried ChatGPT and Cloud Code. I like Cloud Code better. I feel like it understands the Drupal code base better than ChatGPT. Hallucinations will always happen, but usually ChatGPT is just like more wrong, more often. But that said, by all means, try it yourself. It will depend on the task that you are doing. As a backend developer, Cloud Code seems to have a better understanding of the PHP code, but front-end developers might rely on JavaScript, on CSS, on HTML, and a different model might be better suited. I watched a presentation about a month ago from someone who was building a theme, and that person was using Gemini and Cloud, and they concluded that for building a theme, Gemini was better. So again, it is not like this model will be good for every scenario. It will depend on the task that you're trying to accomplish.
Thank you. Great presentation.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I was wondering if you have experience on using such tools not to create code from scratch and remove all the joy that comes with it, but to review code done by others and review pull requests and test them.
So the short answer is no. The long answer is I have taken snippets of codes written by someone else or sometimes by even part of Drupal code, and I've had feed that into the system for explanations. Another thing I have seen like Randy Fay, the maintainer of DDEV, he gave a webinar which is recorded. You can look it in ddev.com a month ago, I think, in which he was basically doing the whole cycle, like creating issues from the command line with Cloud Code, creating pull requests, reviewing someone else's pull request, adding comments with reviews of the code itself. So it is possible. I have not personally done it myself. And just for the record, going back to the ethical and things that Wendy was talking about, and also the privacy things, I never have feed client code to any of these tools. As you saw, I had a clean installation, and I create a generic module that then I can take out to my project and personalize as needed. And the reason why I point this out is you need to abide by the policies from your organization, and if they don't allow us to use AI, please don't. don't fake it, don't hide it. So in the project that I involve, we don't have permissions neither from the organization nor from our clients to just like full-on let Cloud Code to read the whole code base. So that's why I have not used it myself, but I know it is possible, and there are tools that will let you do it easily. But in my case, because of privacy reasons and other things, I have not done it.
Okay. I can make a comment regarding that. So I have experience on reviewing people's code. Not with this tool. There is a great tool called Aether. I don't know. Probably it's an open source thing. Always open source. This one is not open source. Neither many others. There are two main open source tools for doing this. The best one for reviewing code is definitely Aether. It's been around a couple of years now. Even the author of that book, the Cathedral in the Bazar, he told good things about it. Eric, what is his name? Manuel is not here. You would know. Anyway, so it's a good tool, and then there is also open code. Open code permits to do what Randy Fay was doing, in that, which is the use of MCPs. It's a completely different thing here. It's just connections. So you're basically giving tools. It's quite dangerous. You're giving tools to the AI. You know, just go and do this. And it goes like, okay, I'm going to do this. So don't give right permissions to do that. I would say.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So next we'll have Dominique. Thanks, Dominique. That was right on time. As always, never miss it.
It was a 1.5 hour delay.
It's incredible.
Hello, everyone. No. It's not working. I think I need internet now. Yeah. Put it on the phone. Let's try again. Yeah, now it's working. Oh. You wanna do settings? You don't know Dutch, huh? No. Is it not this one here? Advanced? No? Oh yeah, I will touch the hot corner. Alright, it's working. So yeah, the session is about the Drupal AI initiative, and there's also a commercial part on it, like why is the AI helping to sell Drupal? So who am I? I'm the CEO and founder of now Dropsolid AI. Still the co-founder and owner of the original Dropsolid, but the company split in two pieces, in AI platform part and a services part. I've been in tech for 20 years now, also in business, and yeah. I'm also part of the Drupal AI initiative, and that's what we're going to be talking about today, to learn more about what it is. What did we discover the customers want, how the roadmap is looking, how that shaped the roadmap of the Drupal AI initiative, and yeah, why it's one of the avenues, the commercial future of Drupal really is accelerated by it. So what happened? So on the 9th of June, we launched the Drupal AI initiative together with Trees. Then we started yeah, it was actually decided in on the Dev Days in Leuven. We kind of got Dries' blessing, like, okay, you guys want to do a Drupal AI initiative, okay, make it happen. And then on the 9th of June, yeah, we brought it live with companies like Freely Give, 1x Internet, Salsa Digital, and of course also Acquia. Yeah, what is it? It's an initiative now with 20 companies in it. So we also attached a funding round on it. I took the lead on that part of the initiative. So we went to all the agents, like a lot of agencies, and we asked, like, okay, who wants to contribute? Who wants to put up like a dedicated half of full-time FTE and also yeah, a budget for it? And this we raised like 17 FTEs now, 20 companies, $180K. So the idea is to put up like a professional software development effort around it. So the next step is to spend the budget on putting a paid process in place. Yeah, the idea is to accelerate the development of AI in Drupal, because we believe that if, as an enterprise software application, if you don't have the AI embedded in it, yeah, it's just, I don't think you're part of the future anymore. So getting AI in Drupal is what the AI initiative is all about. So, but let's just look at what are the drivers. So what's happening? So here you see the average marketing budget since 2019. Yeah, it's going down. It's a clear downtrend. Marketing departments get less and less budget, so that means that, yeah, less and less is spent. And in fact, what's happening is that a lot of these chief marketing officers don't even have the budget to execute what they actually want to do. No? Another trend is that you see in enterprise applications, there's this prediction from Gartner that by 28, 33% of the enterprise software applications will include some kind of a agentic capability. And it will enable 15% of the day-to-day work decisions. It will be made autonomously. So these two trends, yeah, push CMOs, CIOs, decision makers, CEOs to invest in the AI, because the only way they're going to get the work done is not by getting more budget from the company, but is getting more from the budget. And that's exactly where the AI is going to help. And if we, as a content management system, can position ourselves well, we could hugely benefit from that. And we did a survey from the initiative. So thanks to Christoph from 1x and Paul Johnson and Kristen Paul from Salsa, who put in all the work in the AI survey. But this revealed a couple of key elements. And, you know, what's the most valuable asset in the AI era? What do you think it is? Anyone has an idea? Data? Okay. And a more specific type of data, the content. And what's Drupal? It's a content management system. So what's the goal of the AI initiative? To build the best in the world open source AI-powered content management system. Content management is still like one of the most expensive problems enterprises have these days. To manage content across languages, countries, brands, departments, stakeholders, whatever, it's super expensive. It takes a lot of people, it takes a lot of work. Yeah, that's why Drupal exists, and buyers are looking how the AI can help them with that work. So there's 4 cornerstones of Drupal for AI. The first one is this is the sales pitch for Drupal and AI. So if you want to sell Drupal and AI, this is one of the ways you can do it. Like if someone asks you, okay, but every application has AI, you know, like everyone has AI, yeah, but why do we have a better integration of the AI than all the other systems? So one of the reasons is the exceptional data modeling. The highly structured way that we do content, and we have modeled this, and we have, yeah, it's part of the deepest part of the core. It's built for the AI, you know. The scalability. Now, if you want to do the AI autonomous things all the time, improve it constantly, yeah, it's gonna take some load. So it needs a robust system. That's what we have. So we can scale with AI. And then, of course, it needs to integrate with other AI systems. The CMS doesn't live alone. It usually lives with a marketing automation system, a CRM, a customer data platform, a product inventory management system, even the ERP. Yeah, so being API first, and then in the next step, yeah, being MCP first, perhaps. Yeah, that's super important. We have that. And then, yeah, all the integrations that we already bring out of the box. This makes that Drupal is a system that has been built for the AI. Now, it also can be used both as a headless and a traditional CMS, as a marketing hub, distributed, but the core of it is it holds your content, and it holds all the business logic tied to the content, which we want the AI to operate on. So Drupal is one of these systems that probably won't be replaced completely by the AI. It will be leveraged by the AI. So what did we see in the global AI survey? Yeah, this was done in June. We had 216 professional, 199 organizations. It was, yeah, people really took their time to fill it in, so the quality was good. And the key findings were like, actually 79% already use it, but I don't think that's a surprise. People are using it, different tools that do the same thing. It's still very fragmented, little or no integration. Think of your ChatGPT code assistant, you know, like a tool here, a tool there. We see a lot happening on content creation. That with the Gen AI, that was one of the first things that started happening. Researching, productivity, development. And then 86% of all the organizations surveyed also use AI in some way. And it's increasingly embedded. And there's more research that supports that. Yeah. If you look at how companies at the moment are buying AI, 40% of them are just bringing it in through the existing systems. Another 40% are bringing it in through what I call like these N8N, Zapier kind of tools, like these workflow automators. But only 10% bring it in like with these completely new AI first systems. So actually the existing platforms are winning to bring the AI into the organization. And what it does is it does create that consistency, and that will be very important, especially in enterprises, that you can guarantee that. Yeah. Because there is a lot of compliance, and especially here in Europe, times the rest of the world thinks we're overcomplicated, but still I think the compliance also has its values. So this is a huge opportunity for Drupal because our system is robust enough and structured enough to address exactly this opportunity. So it's a huge opportunity to put Drupal on the map once again as a leading content management platform in the AI age, where all the other systems haven't really invested in those fundamentals. We were prepared for the AI all along. But where is it used? Like, what do people want? So one of the most common things is productivity. We want to be able to put out more with less, especially in marketing. There's also the data analysis, and then there's the CMS flow, you know, trying to create a better user experience. But in my opinion, if the customer has to choose at the moment, they tend to go to productivity. Productivity and a clear business case. So if I would, from the top of my head, I would say, like, with all the customers I spoke to in the last 6 months, and I was one of the first that was allowed to go out there with the Drupal AI strategy to, as a sales guy, to, you know, check out, like, how is this resonating with the market? Is it actually, is it resonating? And one of the things that I saw a lot was, like, people look at search. So that's like one of the biggest use cases, bringing up better answers, because it solves like things like first line support. Organizations are just overloaded with questions, with telephone calls, emails. It's all over the place. Like, good AI that works on the content with quality answers, like, really has an impact on that. Then the next one was conversational interfaces, where the AI can actually start doing things for the customer, executing tasks, also, again, saving hours. The third one I saw was tooling for webmasters. Webmasters and web marketeers, building landing pages, building forums, like, instead of clicking 200 buttons, launching a prompt and getting what you want. Yeah, stay tuned for DrupalCon, the trees note, because you will see there something that also shows Drupal off in that way. And then probably the fourth one would be personalization, like getting more return from it's more for commercial organizations, but getting more return from campaigns, getting more, like, giving the right thing to the right customer at the right time. So these efficiency gains, one of the things that always came back was, like, the human needs to be in the loop. And that was something that was part of the AI strategy once it came out. And there is a context center being built as we speak, a human control center. It is on the roadmap. There is, I've seen already early demos from that it is coming. So Drupal is heavily investing in keeping the human in the loop and providing all that context, so we can trust the AI is doing exactly what we want it to do. Then another other things that we found out were the lack of clear use cases. So barriers to adoption. A lot of organizations are paralyzed, pressured and paralyzed at the same time. They all want AI, but they don't know how and what. And in smaller organizations, it's just like, yeah, there's just no room to do a project. And in larger organizations, yeah, they need to have a framework, they need to be aligned on compliance. You get huge decision-making units, and then difficult to decide actual projects. However, I can tell you we are doing real projects and we have things in production already, so it's not impossible to make the customer invest. Yeah, there are some barriers, and what scares the customer is that it's going to cost them too much money and they're not going to get a return from it. And they also think like, we're going to wait a little bit, all that AI is new. If we invest now, maybe we'll have to change in 3 to 6 months. There might be a new thing that's even better. So let's wait. Let's wait with the purchase. And then, yeah, it needs to align, you know, like there's so much education needed. But if we look at it, and this came also in the up, is like the one killer app is like a landing page builder. So imagine in Drupal, instead of clicking 200 buttons to build a beautiful landing page, you just launch a prompt where you say, I want an event, I want to have 100 people, they have to be from this target audience, and it just builds it with a form. Perhaps you could imagine it being connected to a marketing automation system, building an email, building your social, building your segments, connecting it all, and then asking you in the control center if it fits your expectation. And then you can still use all the old tools to, you know, fine-tune it. Imagine you're a CMO and you have to do marketing in 50 countries, in 100 languages. How much power that would give you. And yeah, if we look at all that, like these surveys, we tried to capture that into a vision and in a roadmap in the initiative. No? And what you read here, I think the core of it is this intelligent, adaptive digital experience. I think that's the way, that's where we are going. Like once the AI is integrated really well, it's gonna operate the CMS probably in a semi-autonomous way, and a semi-autonomous improving way, constantly improving way, but still under the responsible human guidance. How do we want to bring that into reality? Because, okay, you can have all the big visions and everything, but yeah, then we have to actually ship code, and people will want to download this and have a great experience. Of course, there is already the AI module. There is a lot of capability been built. I think we have 290 modules already, 22 providers. But let's be honest, it's still a bunch of capabilities. It's not a finished product. Yeah? And that's what we want to accelerate with the AI initiative. We want to build that cycle where there's immediate impact and there's this strategic evolution. So you could maybe compare it a little bit to the core and the Drupal CMS, yeah, where there's like a core framework and then there's the CMS, which is the product. We're trying to do the same thing with the immediate impact features. Yeah, so immediate impact, easy to use functionality, Drupal recipes, easy to customize, part of the Drupal CMS. It fits into the vision of the Drupal CMS, things that you can install with one click, and that brings value in a project. So it helps you to ship a project faster to the customer. And if you look at the immediate impact feature roadmap, you see things like things customers just ask, an SEO optimizer, a search optimizer, accessibility, being able to integrate with whatever AI provider the customer wants to use. Maybe he has his own one. So these are things that like immediately deliver value. But then there's also strategic evolution. Yeah, if you want to be the best open source content management system, you want to have like a scalable effort. We can't just have like a bunch of plugins all working on their own island. Yeah? There's other platforms that have that approach, but if you want to have like this enterprise grade, I think we need a strong core framework that all these modules integrate and that it aligns. So we need to align with the Drupal CMS, with the core framework, and allow an abstraction layer, an AI framework that allows these integrations and allows developers to leverage the capabilities in Drupal. So there we go further than in CMSs where you just can buy plugins which do one thing really well but don't operate with all the other tools in the ecosystem. And of course, then there's things like tools and orchestration, logging, observability, policy and guardrails, workflow automation, testing, repeatability. Like these AI orchestration projects, they could get really complicated, Like if they're handling sensitive data, like let's say you're doing law text or medical or, other things where you really need to orchestrate what the final answer is going to be or the final capability of the system, then it needs to do all these things and we need to be able to track that. So if you look at the strategic evolution roadmap, you see that this is reflected in it. So things that we already have that you can download with the AI module, prompt management, provider improvements, the testing framework. We're focusing now on the landing pages with AI agents. So agents will be able to build landing pages. That's the next thing. Tools improvement, the logging, a demo, UX improvements. And then next up is like having an experience builder AI design system, an agent that can just skip the step from design to CMS. Imagine that. Yeah. And then, things like the ECA integration. ECA is a workflow builder. We could have like basic AI orchestration capabilities in Drupal as well, using ECA. So this roadmap, the landing page builder, that's going to be on Experience Builder, on Canvas, it's called right now. The Human Control Center and the Performance Intelligence, so that's the first thing we're working on really hard to deliver before Vienna. And of course, I don't have track of the time anymore, so not sure how long I'm good. Okay, good. So if you want to get involved, there's still, I think there's more than 140 contributors that are just really contributing. If you want to be a maker, so that's more a program for organizations. Here there's 15, but we already have 20 signed. We'll announce that also in Vienna. Actually, I'm trying to get to 25 by Vienna, so we'll see if we get there. But anyway, if you want to become a maker, the deal is for these companies that you can sponsor a half-time FTE or a full-time FTE. And there's also a subscription, but it's based on how big you are as an agency and where you are based. So you see companies from all over the world, from Colombia to India to the United States to Australia to Europe. So we have companies from everywhere. There's also going to be like a tracker where you could, you will be able to see all the work these 17 dedicated FTEs are doing. And if you want to learn more, yeah, take a picture and scan the codes. You can learn about. Oh yeah. 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 I didn't make the slides. I took them from the initiative. So yeah, our vision is to become the best AI-powered open source CMS in the world. We think this coordinated effort is needed. The more people will join, the better in these organizations as well. It's not only marketing you're getting, you get more as well. So if you're a CEO here, please email me or go to drupal.org/AI/makers and submit the form. And then we'll talk about what's in the program. But main reason why most of these companies are joining is because they want to bring their company into the AI age. They want to transition from a regular web solution company using Drupal to an AI-powered web solution company. And the big win is, of course, that they can get much nicer projects with nicer margins. Yeah? Because it's not only web development, but there's also an AI orchestration component there. So yeah, the goal is then to beat the commercial CMSs with this AI first approach and with our sovereignty approach. And you know, it's a solutions looking for problems to solve. Yeah? That's the problem we are basically having right now. So it is the AI, and then now people are looking for like, okay, what can we solve with it? Yeah, but it's better to think the other way around, is to realize which problems do I already have. Huh? So if you're selling the AI to companies, and this is a bit my experience from trying to bring the AI to customers to solve their problems, is to first set the expectations right and try to identify, but what is your most expensive problem. Like I had a couple of customer meetings this week, and I asked the same thing, like, what is your most expensive problem? Like, what are people spending the most time on? Like, what are they actually doing? Like, what is costing the business a lot of money? Let's start thinking from there. And yeah, you have to, if you want to sell the AI, you first have to think like a business person, like trying to figure out like, okay, what's costing this business? And then break it into pieces, and then try to, figure out like, does it actually need AI? Yeah. And then you might have a business case. Of course, there's also the opportunity side. Yeah. Are there things we can do as a business which other companies are not doing that are an opportunity? And then, of course, there's all the barriers. Yeah, but we don't have time, we don't have money, we don't have people, we don't have expertise, we don't have a privacy data sovereignty framework, we don't have data, Is the AI, is it safe? Will it not start to hallucinate? Is it actually going to deliver value? Yeah, is it even ethical? All these barriers come, you know. So there it really helps to show that others have been there before you. And that's what we're also doing with the AI initiative. If you will look at Drupal.org, you will see that we are creating 15 industry pages with cases, with studies, with projects being done right now, with content there, with actual business cases. So everyone will be able to use these same cases to bring Drupal in as, look, you already have Drupal. A lot of customers have Drupal. There's a half a million Drupal sites out there. It's a huge install base, no? So we don't have to, in a lot of cases, we don't have to bring in a completely new platform. If an AI platform wants to sell themselves to the customer, yeah, they have to sell the platform itself. We don't have to do that. It's already there. We can basically say like, yeah, customer, you are happy, you're living in a Drupal house, the pipes are already there, we just have to pull the cables. Yeah? In the next update, it's gonna, the module is gonna ship with you. You just can move forward. We can do small projects and create impact and then build on top of that. Yeah, and it's part of the core system, so it's not something that we just added. It's like really deeply integrated, and it's only gonna get deeper and deeper integrated. Like expect probably the AI module to become a part of the core at some point. So yeah, what are the final takeaways from this? So once you identify the problems at your customer, yeah, and you see like, okay, how can we generate the ROI? And we have a clear process. The customer understands what it's going to cost him, and he also sees what is going to deliver him, and all the other things like the ethics and the transparency are taken care of. And then you engage the business unit, you probably, the chances are high that you will have a deal. All right, I think that's time's up. Does anyone have questions on the Drupal AI initiative, on positioning Drupal as an AI CMS, the business opportunities with Drupal, on how to do business with it? No questions? All right.
Okay, I'll make a question.
You have one?
Right.
Yeah.
Without ruining trees note. So are you aware of the Maple project?
The Maple project?
Because you said that there will be AI integration with marketing, you know, like create me this, send me that. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
The Maple project, I haven't heard of it. What is it?
Internal, yeah.
What is it?
I can tell you. You have to wait for the green note.
Ah, okay. Good.
There is something coming.
Is there something coming? From where?
I can tell. Any questions? No? I think there are marketing people in the crowd, but they're too shy to ask questions.
Too shy.
No?
All
Okay,
right.
I guess-
Thank you
I
very
guess
much.
We go early to coffee because you still had like 30 minutes. You know that.
Really?
Right. Yeah.
I thought it was a 30-minute presentation.
No, it was on 1 hour.
Okay.
No, I'm just. I guess I just want attention. So hi everyone. Today I'm in the unique position of giving a talk about ignorance in front of my boss. So that's awesome, right? It's probably something you don't see every day. As you can see by my coloring, I've been doing IT for a really long time. And if there's one thing that I've discovered, is that very seldom do we start a project in which we know exactly what we're going to build. And when we think we do, we get bitten. And even if we were right to start with, reality changes under you as you are building your project. So, in terms of technical architecture, what can you do to not suffer from this? My thinking was, let's take this ignorance and make it into a first-class citizen. Let's elevate it. Let's have it at the center of how we build. So, Donald Knuth, which is a famous computer scientist, said that premature optimization is the root of all evil. And XKCD said that, if you're trying to determine if you're prematurely optimizing and you're using a flowchart, you are. So if you start from this, what is premature certainty? Usually you look at an architecture document, you look at an architecture, you look at a system live and in production, and it feels like someone built a cathedral, right? This is my vision, and this vision will come upon the world and be inevitable. Yeah, and you also see overcoupling. You see dependencies becoming very brittle, and this was like Hernani's talk about your dependencies are the first thing to break. It was very interesting to see several reflections like this. And then you start going, but I did all this work and we put all this effort, all these FTEs into it. This has to be right. And now you're servicing the architecture instead of servicing your business needs. So, this of course has its roots in business, on how we conduct the business of technology. Engineers want to know what they're building. And PMs, project managers, want roadmaps and milestones, and organizations reward certainty. So you end up in a cognitive dissonance loop that you know that basically you're kidding yourself, but you can't admit it. Therefore, you must have been right, and it goes around and around and around. Because then the first person to say, I'm ignorant, yeah, he's an idiot, isn't he? Oh, I guess that's me. So yeah, I'll be the duty idiot for today. Premature certainty. It's very interesting to build a project. A project is a fascinating thing. You make the biggest decisions when you have the lowest possible amount of information. Interesting, isn't it? So I'm calling that the fool's gambit. because, you know, over time, eventually, your decisions get smaller and smaller because you've already made the big ones before where you had no frigging clue what was going on. And now your knowledge is going up. And when they intersect, that's probably the moment you go, shit. Yeah, so it goes. But you have been trolled. You have been trolled because it's not just ignorance. This brand of ignorance it's inquisitive, it's iterative, it's integrative. You kill your own ignorance and you feed back into it, and you keep moving. If you do this, well, there is new scenarios open up. So ignorance is not incompetence, it's an honest admission. We don't know yet. We have, you know, we have some ideas. Instead of having big design up front, you have a rough design up front. Instead of having great decisions that we go to market and find vendors for and implement and so forth, you delay commitment. You say, for now, we're going to roll with this, and this is good enough. And that means that your coupling, and you know, coupling and alignment are the gold standard of software development, right? If you can manage to decouple not just your components, but your suppositions about what you're building, then you can prefer just replaceable parts. Because, hey, here's this thing. It does this well enough for the thing that we're building now. And if we discover that there's a better way, yeah, that's okay. We'll bend it. No huge upfront investment, no huge cost in replacing, provided you have architected in a way that supports this. And then you can be on another graph. Your knowledge grows faster than your decisions. You use the knowledge acquired to drive the small decisions that you make. And sure, you can make bigger and bigger decisions as you go, but at least now you know what's driving those decisions. So you have that green area of deferred commitment, which is, we haven't decided so far because we didn't know. But now you'll notice that there's this gap between the two lines. I call it the adaptive buffer because you have decision power left. And that means that if reality throws you a curveball, this is usually known as Tuesday because it always frigging happens, right? When reality throws you a curveball, you have that decision power in reserve. Yeah, sounds good. But Manuel, what the hell are you talking about? This is like, you know, unicorns. There are a few patterns. There are far more than these, and these are also not universal, of course, but they tend to help. So this talk was supposed to be 45 minutes, and then it got to 30. Thank you, Ricardo. So I had to cut a fair bit, but let's explore this briefly. Event-driven architectures. They're good. You emit an event here. You don't know what's going to pick it up. You don't care. You can bring in new things that care about this event. You can retire old things that did. and Bob's your uncle, you're good. Feature flags. Well, you don't know what's the best way to do this. And sometimes you don't even know if the bloody thing is going to work at all. So, okay, let's hide it behind a feature flag. Turn it on. It works. Hey, it didn't blow up. The holy smoke did not come out of the box. That's very good. If, on the other hand, it halts and catches fire, well, okay, we'll turn that off then. But what you didn't have is a production incident. And then there's A/B testing. Hey, this one sounds like a good way, but maybe the other one's better. In God we trust. All others bring data. So we start collecting data on the performance of option A and option B. We see which one performs better by whatever metric: user engagement, revenue, CPU cycles, pick your poison. And you didn't have to commit early to one or the other. Contracts over implementations. It behaves in this way. You don't care how it does it internally, because you have interfaces, you have protocols, you have versioning, and you have observability baked in, traces, metrics, logs, user journeys. Observe reality happening. Don't assume that you know what it is, because you are no more sure of what your users are doing than anyone is, unless you can observe it. And it's not in the focus group that that's going to come out. So yeah, okay. Design everything to eventually die. People write code, implement components, build systems, always going to go live. But they forgot that death is a part of life. Retiring a bit of code, that's part of the life cycle as well. Let's elevate that concern, because that way you can throw it out, replace it, whatever, without that breaking what you're building. And for things that still exist, that you want to replace, there is the strangler fig pattern. You basically wrap the existing system with events, and you start servicing them and taking functionality away until, hey, there's no traffic going there. You're good. You have successfully extracted that piece of functionality from your system. This legacy. And it's funny because people say that legacy code like it's a horrible thing. I like legacy code. Usually it has wisdom in it. It may be broken as hell, but usually let's find out why it's broken, because that too will inform you. Let's look at a few more things. I've elected event-driven architectures because they are, they're a pretty handy hammer. Not everything is a nail. Obviously, event-driven architectures are not the solution for everything. But they're a pretty good first approach, if nothing else suggests itself. Higher. So we have things like PubSub, right? It's just messaging. There's nothing revolutionary about it. You have a producer that emits into a broker. Broker validates, is this right? It is, it isn't. And it starts publishing. And then you have, subscriber A that gets it, acts on it whatever way it wants to. Subscriber B, yeah, okay. Subscriber subscriber A goes, actually no, sorry, error. They go, okay. That's not the end of the world, especially if it's not a real-time user interaction. But it's not the end of the world. Let's retry it in a few milliseconds, a second, exponential back off in case something is getting slammed. And eventually it either succeeds or it goes into the dead letter queue, which is, I couldn't solve this. I don't know what the hell is going on, but there's the thing that I tried, and a human can now look at it and figure out what the hell went wrong. And you know, if subscriber 3 eventually comes in, hey, maybe it wants to process the last week of events rather than only one for the right type of pub/sub bus. That is possible. So you also gain historical processing, which can be very awesome. And you go meta from that. You start with hello world, you have the producer, you have your broker, you have your consumer. Congratulations, this is called software. It's like input, processing, output. Innovative, isn't it? I'm gonna get scant of funding for this. But then you can start evolving. This producer emits to this consumer and to consumer 1. Consumer 1 is doing something else with it, that's fine. And then there's producer 2. It emits stuff into consumer 3, but also into consumer 1. So now you can aggregate these events and have new logic that initially didn't exist, that only with the first producer's data could not be done. But now your new data can go into consumer 3 and consumer 2. So you gain cross-domain capability as you go along this route. And information changes, surprising absolutely no one, since everything else in reality changes. Well, so does data, so do schemas. So your schema has changed. What does this mean? Are you going to bin the old code? That doesn't sound like a very good idea, because maybe there are still old producers of the old thing hammering away. But now you have this new thing. Oh dear. And yeah, the old consumer cannot do this, but you have a broker, you can route it. And then your logic can, instead of going to this exact place in your event schema, it can know, well, I care about the following pieces of information, and in this schema there's this, and in that other schema it's there. I'm going to write the exact same business logic and let the consumer know the bits, where to find the bits that I need. So you can evolve your schema. And by the way, this works for databases as well. Mostly, except when it doesn't. But if you can keep non-destructive schema migrations, your life just became a whole heap simpler. And you can separate commands from events. This is pretty interesting, because what's a command? Do this, right? It represents an intent. And do this. No. Piss off. Oh dear. It can fail, but then again, something can raise an exception, some bit of networking may be off, so you have to model that. But it only has one consumer. This is known usually as the single responsibility principle. for those who are into design patterns. And it's a verb, it's imperative. There's no doubt that you're issuing a command. Events, on the other hand, and an example is place order. Hey, order this thing. Maybe it fails because you're out of stock, maybe it succeeds, maybe whatever. But the fact is that if you accept the order, you then emit an event. And order created, and it represents a fact. It's immutable because it has already happened. Things do not unhappen. Things have side effects. So it can be consumed by many consumers. Imagine you get the logistics platform to figure out where we can deliver this order from. You get the analytics system to update the sales reports and forecasts. You get heaps of stuff. The point is they're in the past. And if you design this right, if you replay all your events from the very start of the system until the present, you rebuild the application state. In some cases, and look, I'm not going to pretend it's easy, but there are some applications out there that have gone entirely without a database because of this. Because they can always aggregate the events, and then they can, of course, this takes longer and longer the more events you have, right? But you take your inspiration from video, and you issue keyframes every once in a while. And then that keyframe is your known good starting point, and you replay events from then until the present. There are ways, there's a book, The End, that talks far better about it than I ever could. So, yeah, okay, Manuel, that's very pretty. But what does this mean for what I'm going to do tomorrow? You start slow. You defer commitment. Remember, it's a good trick, deferring commitment. So, what supports ignorance? Short feedback loops support ignorance very well. You get to, pardon my French, fuck around and find out. Because basically, you're going to know if you're right or wrong pretty fucking soon, right? So you have, of course, necessary CI/CD. You do trunk-based development because life's too short for merge conflicts. You do test-driven development because there is enough uncertainty, enough ignorance at play that you don't need the additional one of did I break things with the last change. And the frequently unmentioned side of test-driven development, because it expresses intent. Your tests express the intent of your code, and if documentation sometimes decays, as it does, we know it does, we should try not to, but still gonna happen. If a test decays, it's gonna blow up. And Ernani very correctly highlighted in his talk that tests should run on a schedule, otherwise they might decay unobserved. And this is what you don't want. You want failure to be loud and immediately obvious because it limits your ignorance about the state of your system. And if we are promoting ignorance in a way, we also don't want gratuitous ignorance. That's usually stupidity. So yeah, these systems have to be very, very, very well documented. Otherwise, you lose track of what talks to what. You lose track of what events of what versions you have and who consumes them and so forth. And you end up with zombie code. Hey, what does this function do? I'm not sure. Can we delete it? I don't know. Look, our brilliant instrumentation system tells us that it hasn't been called in 5 months. Well, maybe it only runs at end-of-year processing. Or maybe it only runs in leap years, or when there are sunspots, or, you know. And now you have that thing that no one knows what it does. Everyone is afraid to touch or remove, and your cognitive load just goes up. Ha! Brilliant. Anyone has never seen code like that? Ever? I see no hands. Okay. So the flip side of zombie code is vampire code. Vampire code does run, but it's hairy. It is like, the fuck you doing, mate? And you kind of go, okay, I'm going to attach a debugger to it and then enter the product owner. And he goes, what are you doing? Oh, I'm trying to figure out this bit of code. Oh, no, mate, we've got this important project. This is not priority. And now, of course, you still have that code, which is called from more places. And it just sort of installs itself, and it drains your energy. It drains your ability to do more and better things. It's technical debt in general, yes, it is. But I always thought that the vampire metaphor was particularly apt. And you can make great cartoons out of it if you're graphically inclined, which I'm not. So, ignorance, building for it, accommodating it, managing it. It's not a weakness, it's not incompetence, or at least I hope not, otherwise, yeah. What am I doing here? But it's a design input. And good architectures, you know, they're good for exploring the problem space. They're good for learning what you are doing. But they're not monuments to your crystal ball. And, oh, I'm so clever. I figured from the start, I knew everything that we're going to do. Yeah, bullshit. So let's not kid ourselves. Don't build for what you know. Because, you know, you don't use there, but you can build for what you're going to learn. And I think that is a far higher value and a far better posture. And look, I didn't invent any of this shit. There are these two books. I will highlight that one of them is over 20 years old, and that the other one is, that's actually the anniversary edition, because it's also pretty fucking old. And this is like the news flash. Building software has not changed all that much between then and now. We are still tackling the exact same problems. And the problem is complexity. And the other problem is jumping to solution before you actually understand the problem. And yeah, well, that's what I got for you today. it's elevate your ignorance, because it will keep you out of trouble a lot more than certainty will. Questions? Otherwise, I got another slide, so I will punish you with another slide if you don't have questions.
Throughout my career, I've seen a lot of mistakes and technical mistakes done because someone was not able to say at some point, I don't know. How do you promote the culture in an organization that is able to, for juniors and seniors to say, I don't know, and give time for people to find out before jumping directly to, I know everything?
Well, yep, that is a problem. It deserves its own slide. So first you have to normalize it. Again, I'm old. I've been writing software for 30 years, give or take. And that's one thing that I love to say in front of juniors. I don't know. Because you have to model the behavior. Otherwise, they will assume that seniority and whatever rewards are attached are the realm of certainty. And look, we're all honest enough to know that's not the case. So then you have to reward curiosity. The person who keeps asking questions, look, sometimes it gets annoying. I know. But that person, their heart and their mind is in the right place. They're going, wait, why? How? What's going on here? That has to be rewarded and elevated. And people always say, have blameless postmortems or blameless retrospectives or whatever. Peri-mortems. Before. Let's look at what we did before it dies, before it blows up. Let's look at it and say, hey, what didn't we know about this coming in? What did we find out? How did this elevate our understanding of what we are trying to do? And then, of course, this becomes encoded in culture. Culture becomes codified in community, and reinforcing this at the community level right here, well, that's, I hope, a worthy pursuit. Other questions? Yeah, that's okay. That was a question. I won't punish you with the other slide.
Dois.
So, let's see this. Sorry for waiting a little bit. You can see it, right? So, hello everyone. It's great to be here in Porto. My name is Ricardo Amaro. Probably already know that. Today I want to talk about light LLM and the challenge that many of us in the Drupal space have been facing, which is how to manage the explosion of all of these AI models and tools without actually creating chaos. So we will start by looking at the AI sprawl problem that many companies are hitting right now, and then I'll introduce Light LLM as a solution, a possible solution, as a unified AI gateway. We will cover how it integrates directly into Drupal, how it provides cost control, observability, and I will walk you through a quick demo. Let's hope it's fun for everyone to show you how it works in practice. Finally, we'll zoom out to discuss, some strategy advantages that this gives us. So, for those that don't know me, my name is Ricardo Amaro. I have a PhD on Science and Technology, Senior Engineering Manager at Acquia, and one of the founders of the Portuguese Drupal Association. My world revolves around Linux, free software, DevOps, and I'm active on several communities. That's why sometimes I don't have time for my life. But that's another problem. So let's dive quick into the core problem. As we integrate more and more AI into Drupal, we are faced with this dizzying array of choices, which are normally OpenAI and Anthropic and Gemini and all of the open source models also. So this is called AI sprawl. It really creates business challenges. I'm pretty sure that some of the companies, if there are representatives here, they know what we're talking about. We end up with some API chaos where developers are juggling multiple integrations and costs actually become siloed. We can't see them. They are impossible to track, which leads to budgets that nobody can explain, right? And that's a problem. And worst of all, we have a risk of vendor lock-in, which goes against, obviously, the very nature of Drupal. And we need, for this, a single gateway, which I think some companies here might be using already to regain that control. So at Acquia, which is a place where I work, our R&D teams, they have hit this wall head on. As we rapidly adopted AI, we're probably one of the flag companies of Drupal. We found ourselves slowed down. Actually, we were slowed down by the very tools that were meant to accelerate us. So we struggled with different models, making it really hard to code, and with zero visibility into our token span. So that made the budget really guessing. It was a guesswork. Who actually spent? Where is the token? Did you borrow the token to someone? Because all of these tokens were directly given to developers from, Gemini or in this case was GPT at the moment and Anthropic. And it became clear that to scale reliability, we needed to unify observability in a simple place. And that brings us up to the proposed solution, which is the LLM, light LLM gateway. So what is light LLM gateway? I think it's a brilliant open source gateway. Some people told me today the code is not that brilliant, but it's fine. We do what we do, you know, like in your talk, we are proceeding and learning, and that's the process of open source. So, but this gateway actually normalizes 100+ models behind one single OpenAI compatible endpoints. I don't know which of you. So raise the hands. Have you tried to directly connect, like, with the API of OpenAI? Have you tried to connect directly with Gemini? Have you tried to connect directly with Anthropic? Are they the same? No. Yeah, that's the problem. And so if your code in Drupal is trying to connect to all of them, right, GPT, Claude, Gemini, and even the open source Olama models, your application only needs, with this, it only needs to speak one language, which is the OpenAI. For better or for worse, I mean, that's the decision we had, but it actually completely eliminates the complexity and the possible vendor lock-in. So here's a quick summary of what makes it so powerful in my idea. So for resilience, you get automatic retries and intelligent fallbacks. And for cost control, you can set budgets and rate limits for specific people, like a developer or a team, to avoid surprise bills. For observability, you get a detailed log to monitor the performance and allocate costs. And it has an incredibly broad model support, as I already said, which I will show the YAML configuration for this. It fits perfectly on a model which is, you know, kind of GitOps, where you save everything in a control version control system, and it's open source, which aligns with Drupal. So how do we bring this power into Drupal? It is surprisingly simple. So we have this drop-in provider model, which is the AI provider light LLM. You can get it from this place here. You can see the link here. And this provider LLM gives you the interface directly from Drupal. You just install the module, and then you can connect to light LLM. So instantly, Drupal can have all of those AI features, can see all of the models that are behind light LLM, or that LLM has. I will show that later. And you can use things like the AI automator, the CKey editor integrations with AI, and you can access every model with it. Also, this diagram shows the flow of how Drupal AI in this pattern of light LLM would work, right? So you would have Drupal with agents, ECA, content tools, whatever. They perform a simple call to light LLM gateway. Light LLM will basically handle all those 100+ LLMs, and then this allows us to build complex workflows based without having even to worry about the complex of this logic behind choosing which model is going to be used. And also at Acquia, this already provides, is already powering some of our AI solutions. I'm not sure if you use Acquia products. So there is the AI assistant in Acquia, which is one of the very successful products we have. When an editor uses the Acquia AI assistant to generate content, that request goes through Light LLM, which might route it to a very capable model for high quality content or a cheaper model for the simple tasks. We even created a Light LLM provider ourselves, which is the one that you have there in that link, so that our customers don't have even to worry about the small details of create me a new key for Light LLM. So that's already cooked in. And to be clear, Light LLM doesn't have to replace your existing provider modules overnight. You can use it as a centralized router, funnel the traffic from your OpenAI, Anthropic, and Gemini modules through Light LLM. This way, you can gradually migrate while immediately gaining unified logging and budgeting and all of those things. Now, let's talk about one of the most critical benefits for any business. So costs and observability. Who here have AI, LLM costs that don't know where they're coming from? Anyone? You all know where the cost is coming from. You have no, oh, you're not using it. Ah, okay. So who's actually paying the costs from this crowd here? Dominic, are you paying for something regarding AI? You know always where the costs come from? Okay, so here's the problem. I guess we only have a couple of these are mostly technical people.
Now we do. How? Light LLM is part of that.
There you go. See? I'm you can correct me. Okay. Yes. So I see Light LLM as a transforming AI from unpredictable cost center, which is very important for companies, into a governed, reliable service. Because you get cost observability to track every euro. You get budget governance with rate limits to prevent runaway spending, and you get automatic failover to ensure that your services are always on. So even when your provider has an issue, it will fail over to another provider. Finally, Light LLM provides cache. So you can cache the prompts, saving a lot of money, and reduces, obviously, latency. Of course, if we're talking about cache, I should explain how prompts work, right? You have a prompt that is attached to a full context, and obviously it's attached to the full context. You are always sending all of the context to the LLM. So that's the context window. I'm not sure if everybody knows what the context window. Anyone doesn't know what the context window is? Everyone knows. So that's what you're always sending. If you use a cache, you will reduce that. Okay, so here's where it gets really smart. You can set up usage based on routing policies. For example, you can route high volume, low priority batches to cheaper or even local open source models. Like I have at my place, I have Olama running on a small machine there. If I want privacy to make some calls, I can just use that. Meanwhile, you can also use high priority prompts. So user facing that can be sent to premium models like Claude, right? And this all happens automatically just by choosing directly on Light LLM, which dramatically reduces the operational expenses without sacrificing performance and on those critical tasks. And the failover that it does, I think it's really interesting how it works, because it's a lifesaver. So imagine a request to your primary model. Imagine a customer comes to your site, and it's writing the prompt, it's making the question, and imagine the model that you're using in that site just fails, right? It fails to respond, right? Maybe a network glitch or rate limiting, something like that, right? I'm pretty sure it already happened to you at least once. And this, for the image of the company or the person that has that site, is really damaging, right? Because, oh, just got a rate limiting. These guys don't know what they're doing, right? But in this case, Light LLM will use a backup model you have predefined before. So the user just sees a brief pause, nothing much, and then the request actually succeeds. So no errors, no interruptions, and this even works with things like the context window. So imagine it's talking and talking, the user is talking, so you reach a point where the context window for that model is actually too big. Light LLM will understand, oh, this is too big for this model, let me use that model. And because it trails the context window with that, it will never fail the response. So it just routes even in those cases. Okay, so I'll try to do a demo now. I'm not the best person to do demos, but let's enough talk. Let's see in action. So here's what we're going to do. I have Drupal running in DDEV. Someone said that DDEV is awesome. It is. And I have it connected to Light LLM here, and I have a bunch of models. They all work. And I'm going to simulate an outage. First, I'm going to do a normal call. You'll see it working. And then I'm simulate an outage by disabling one of the primary models, which is GPT-5, in the configuration file. And then I'll go back to Drupal, retrigger that, and we will see the logs, and you will see how it, detects the failure, doesn't show anything to the final user, but provides the new LLM. Okay? All of this code, you can take photos here, because all of the code that I'm going to show is on that URL there, if you want to see it. It's hard to do a demo with a microphone. Let's see. Okay. Cool. So let me see what we have here. Or maybe I'll just do it the other way. Oh, that's fine. So here's my Drupal site. And it's down. Okay, should be starting now. It's a live demo, so we all know this is not going to work. Let's see. Okay. Here's the side. It's terrible. So here in the configuration, we have a thing called keys, right? And I added my key here. I can show the key, it's fine. Right. So this key, I grabbed it from here. And I can log in. And now this is what's in the repo. We have here a configuration where, so this is where I have all of my models. And this is where is the key? Oh, maybe in the environment file, yes. Okay. So this one here. So when you first start Light LLM with this repo, you can just use this key or change it. It's fine. And then based on that, you will be able to log in and do all of the administrative things inside. Right. Okay. Can you see this? So there is one user I created, which is this one. This user is spending not so much, right? But I can see that the user in this case can have either unlimited spend or its spend can be limited, right? It has access to all of the models. It doesn't reset the budget, but I can say, okay, it will reset monthly. Every month, I'll give it, I don't know. This is in US dollars. I'll give it $500 every, you know, we like this person, we give it a lot of money. Yeah, and then I save this. Oh, because it's yeah, because it's trying to connect to a team. Anyway, changes are there, and then I can do I can check what is the usage. These are my tests, right? There's several calls to GPT 4.1, 4.0, DALL-E for building images. You know, I can see you know who actually did more calls, how much did they spend. Well, this is really cheap. But yeah, you can have all of this control, right? And then you can see team usage, tag usage, and all of those things, right? And you can test, right? If you want to test if a virtual key is working fine, you can test it here. So like, let me just test, for instance, if this, so you can see Claude, right? It's contacting Claude, and then yeah, okay, it's working. This is nothing special, right? But I have all of these models in the model hub, so I can configure all of these. These are just configured in this file here. So you can configure what's the name of the model, what are what is the API key. In this case, I'm using environment variable because I don't want to share this with anyone, right? Yes, yeah, but it's in the environment variable. So, and I can say if this model supports vision, what's the base model, what are the inputs, input costs per token, the output costs per token, and all of those things, right? And even more, I can say how big is the context window. In this case, I don't know if I have any that specifies that here. Yeah, in this case, I don't have any. But you could put that in the model info if you know how big is the context window. And then you could configure, okay, if you're going over that context window, then you don't need to use that model. Okay, so let's go here and do something not that special. So this is the key, and then the key is connected because I already installed, it's in the repo, I already installed the Light LLM provider, and then I have here some automators, which actually is not here, it's in the provider. It's in the provider. Sorry, I'm trying to use my mouse here. Yeah, provider settings. Okay, so here I have added that key. I can choose it from here. After adding the key, I will choose it from here. I could have more keys, and then this is local. This is just running on a container inside of this box. Okay, so I have the article content type, which will generate text. Yeah, Light LLM is incredible, Manuel. I know. It's incredible. So let me add some content that it also automates. In this case, I made it so that if I write a title, it will try to write the whole article based on the title. Just that. It's very simple. So anyone wants to suggest a title? Anyone wants to suggest a very interesting title? Needs to be in English, or How to Get a Francesinha. How good is a Francesinha? No, that's a tricky thing. I'm not going to that one. It's a trap. Yeah, I'm like Akbar. I found the trap before. It was already a trap, but bagaço. Can we have something in English? Okay, Manchester United champion. Write that. I think that's correct, right? Okay, so I didn't write any text. It's obviously going to call the AI, and now it's going to fail, obviously. I think it's calling GPT-5, huh? Yeah. It's taking a lot of time, that's for sure. Maybe it's the network. Sorry? Oh yeah, you can see the request here in the logs. So I can see when was this? This was today, right? 5:42? It's now, right? So it's creating the article, I guess. Actually it's done, right? Sorry, it took a lot of time. And it failed, obviously. I guess it doesn't know anything about Manchester United being champion. Okay. Very interesting. I'm glad you. Oh, duration 55 seconds. Yeah. It was called GPT-5, and it succeeded. Interesting. So this is another powerful thing that it does. You can actually debug what went wrong with my call, right? Because if it fails silently, you can just come here and see, okay, I had this problem. Now I understand. But in this case, it was successful. So maybe Drupal itself timed out. That's what I'm guessing. Because I tried this. So let's save this again. Or we can use another model. It's fine. And it succeeded again, right? That's interesting. I bet there is some problem with my Drupal installation, because we just tested it on the Light LLM interface. Maybe I have to redo this. Anyway, let's do something. What? You think? Clear cache? Really? Okay. Ah. There you go. Yeah, let me change the model. I think GPT-5 today is having some kind of stroke. So let me see. Oh, and this is actually good because I'm going to show you where to change the model that actually creates that. So I go here to manage fields. Maybe not all of you know this. Maybe some of you know this. And then here in the bottom, you have the base model, the base mode, which says, okay, grab this from the title. And then I'm telling it, okay, I want to build this. What? Okay. Maybe I gave it a very complex prompt. Anyway, so here you can say not GPT-5, but for instance, let's say GPT 4.1. Maybe that will work. And no images, don't join, full. Okay. Let's try this one. Okay. Let me try another prompt. Maybe that one is a virus. So let me try one about Isaac Asimov. Could it be that it is confused by my prompt? Could be. I don't know. Yes. See? Okay, so it was GPT-5. Some of these models, they are a little bit picky. Okay. Maybe, right? So maybe they don't want to tell anything about Manchester United. But these guys are not, they like Isaac Asimov. So they want to talk about the trilogy. Anyway, I'm running out of time, I guess. So let me go quick. I still have time, but let me go quick here to make the changes so that this fails, right? Because that's what we want to see. So I'm now using GPT-41, right? So I have here configured at the bottom a bunch of things. And these are the router fallbacks, right? So I have GPT-5, GPT-40, GPT-41, right? And what this is saying is very simple. If I'm running GPT-41, but that's not available, then first try GPT 3.5, then try GPT 2.5 Flash. That's basically it. Yeah, we can. Which one do you want? Oh yeah, of course. You can say, oh, you tried to use 4.1. Let's use 5. I never want to use 5. Yes. Okay. Yeah. That's what we have there. Yeah. Yeah. So this starts. So this is a list in YAML. Right? So we have GPT-5, GPT-40, GPT-41, Claude. We're not using Claude, no. Okay, so we're using this one. So we want this one to fail, right? So that's actually good because I didn't test that one, and probably this will fail again. So let's move this down. Did I just miss it? Maybe it's down there, right? Oh, here you go. Right? So I'm going to do a very simple thing, which is just, I'll just give it a non-working key. Okay. What can, what worse can it happen, right? So I'm going to go to Light LLM folder, right? And then I have here right? I'm going to restart it, which is Docker Compose down, Docker Compose up, and then see the logs. Right? Okay. Okay, so this is just for the demo. In this case, imagine that model is really down. So someone in OpenAI pulled the plug by mistake. Right? So what I'm going to do is just create again, and you will see this appearing here. What we're going to do. Did I click it? I didn't click it. Oh, there you go. See? It failed there. And still, it should have created a missing authenticated header. Oh, that's fun. Let me try this again. Maybe because I'm writing this again. I didn't want to create a dull presentation. Cache. Okay. Error in model. What? Missing bearer. Okay. I don't know what that is. But anyway, this should have done that. So it's a failed demo, okay? But you understand the concept, right? Because in this case, it actually, I think there is a problem somewhere in Drupal. In this case, actually, it went here and it created what we were expecting. Okay. Any questions regarding this? No? Yes. Yeah, you can have a timeout. Yeah, definitely. Do you want to have a timeout? Because in the case you have a timeout, like let's imagine a timeout of 1 minute. If you have a timeout with 1 minute, that's already a lot of time, right? That someone is just they're waiting, right? Maybe we can set it to 1 minute. I guess that would work. Estou só a acabar. Ok. Pois, isto não dá muito. Estar a fazer uma demonstração com o microfone da mão, não dá mesmo jeito. Realmente é um bocado chato. Pois. Ok. So let's zoom back and with the long-term, see the long-term strategy which this approach gives us. So by adopting this open source gateway, obviously we are inviting community and contribution. We are focusing on strategic control of our AI models, layers, reducing long-term risk, and obviously this creates better innovation for our developers, and also saves money. Just to conclude, the way to do this: you install the model, you configure the gateway, all of the information is in the repo. You set budget limits, and then you iterate and expand. Gradually, you create workflows. That's it. Thank you. Sorry for the demo. There was a small hiccup there, but at least we saw content be. I don't know if maybe that's the network or something. I don't know. Any last questions? Yeah.
Thank you for presentation. It's a really amazing tool. Could you tell more about constraints of using light LLM? I think it's only for text generation. I'm right?
No. So actually, maybe that passed unnoticed. That you can. You can in fact have models. You can in fact have models which have several capabilities, and you just need to tell which capabilities they have. Do you see there on the light? So you have vision, right? Web search, and this is Del E3, so you can generate image. I'm pretty sure if a provider supplies something like video generation, that will be supported in the future. So there are no known limitations to that front at the moment. That specific front, right? Yeah, and if you have models at home, right? All of these are at home. You can also put them here. Any other questions? Pá, eu estava a fazer esse trabalho quando estava aí, ninguém está a fazer, está sentadinho. Ai,
Regarding cache, how does it work with the LLMs? Because if you make a prompt to ask about a recipe for francesinha, and another person says how to make francesinha, it's not exactly the same. How does it knows and store and doesn't consume more
what is
money?
cached is the prompts. So imagine you make one question. You make one question, and the other person makes the same question. It will cache that.
But
right?
it needs to be exactly the same.
That I don't know. That's a very deep detail. I would have to go and study this in detail to know that. But what it caches, you know, like you ask something, you got something. The second time you're going to ask that, you don't need to ask it again because the response is going to be the same, right? If it's you know different, it isn't going to be the same. Okay.
With Langfuse, and what it can do is whenever you send context over to a model, the model has to vectorize, to tokenize the prompt and the context again. Tokenization takes compute, generates cost. So if you have kind of like varnish, right, fragment cache, you're sending the same context over and over again, it will just use the already vectorized context and just have to tokenize what's different. And that means lower overall cost of use.
Anyway, hopefully it responds. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah.
I'm not the expert. I'm not the expert that
thank
you're
you.
looking for. But I think his response is fairly good. It's based on tokenization.
Yeah.
And it makes sense, right? Why wouldn't? Okay, cool. If no other questions, I think we can just, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, but could you give us some more use cases of Little LLM?
What do you mean?
Because you gave us a presentation, a demo showing how you can create an article based on the title using the tool. But
Yeah.
could you give us any more other use cases
Of Light LLM or Drupal?
of Light LLM? Yeah.
I explained about this, but let me go back and show you. So the use cases that I find the most interesting are these, right? So you have a use case where you want your calls to be resilient, right? You want them to be reliable. You want to call, and you want to always get a response. That's one use case. The second use case is that you get a way to control the cost of all of the calls that all of the developers are doing in your company. And then you can govern that. So instead of guessing, oh, maybe this month will be, I don't know, 10,000 euro you can say, okay, the maximum that each developer is going to have is like, I don't know, 100 euro. And then you can not guess, you can govern, right? Then the other thing, and I think you can see it there in the Light LLM dashboard, is that you see exactly the call that was made, when it was made, why it failed, if it succeeded, which model it was called, and then this other use case is that you can. It doesn't only support one model; it supports many models, like GPT, Claude, Gemini, right? And you want all of them behind the same gateway, right? The YAML is a simple configuration. You saw it there, right? It's just YAML, and then you can restart. And then, obviously, I think this is the most important one. It's that you have open source and community behind it. So these are, I think, the benefits, right, mixed with the use cases that I find more interesting. There might be others that you can get out of this this tool.
Sure.
Does that respond?
I think I was thinking more in terms of because you showed a generation of an article based on a title, but I was thinking more of.
So you're asking in terms of
chatbot
Drupal,
Yeah.
not light LLM.
Yeah, in terms of.
Okay, but that you can do without a light LLM. That's
So
you can
light
create.
Light LLM is more in terms of.
It's a gateway. It's working
generating
behind.
other things.
You're right. We're not solving the problem of what we can do inside of Drupal.
Sure.
We're solving the problem of what if I want to use several models,
Okay.
right? Because I understand your problem, but that would be another presentation where we go, okay, you can use the automator and you can use the CKA editor and all of these things. And there are many, many, many presentations if you search on YouTube about that, right? I'm pretty sure that many people here already seen those. Yeah, the topic is light LLM with Drupal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, was that the last question?
Te voy a preguntar en español, ya sabes.
Sí.
¿Habéis integrado desde aquí a esto a nivel de desarrolladores, como si fuera un chat GPT, alguna aplicación que el developer pueda tener y que escriba ahí contra Little LM?
Puedes repetir más lento, por favor?
Más lento. Si lo habéis integrado como si un chat para desarrolladores.
Sí, pero eso es muy poco, ¿sí? Eso puede estar ahí, dentro de lo interfaz.
Me puedes contestar en inglés, no hay problema.
Okay. That you can see already inside of the light LLM interface. You have a chat there, right? If that's what you're asking, it already has that. But obviously, that's already 10 months ago. We don't chat with LLMs anymore in our company. At most, you could say we plan, we analyze, and we get solutions with LLMs. I think that's because chatting is like, okay, can you tell me that and this and that. It's like a very surface conversation, right? Right now, if you use a tool like it was shown here before, Claude, right? You can put this in Claude because just go there, or Either, or OpenCode, or what was the other tool? Even the Copilot, you can put this there, right? You are always going to be very focused on solving specific problems, right? I even saw an internal demo, very interesting, done by a manager that was solving tickets. Right? Directly from the interface. right? So it had the MCP tool to connect to Jira. You know, we would say, okay, what's this ticket all about? Oh, it's about someone wants to implement this on this code. Okay, check out that repo. Let's work on that. And you're working on the, and you never went out of that single interface you're using, right? Of course, I work more on the command line, right? But you can use it with your editor of choice, right? Yeah, it's really incredible what you can do with these things. And with Light LLM, it's even more powerful because you don't have to be, you know, restricted to one specific model, and then you can switch the model directly because it will recognize, oh, behind this token, I have all of these models. And then you can choose a different model and not even with the same token. Right? So the developer just has one token or two tokens, and then if the developer thinks, oh, my token is compromised, I'll just go there, delete this one, create a new one, done. So there is the governance that I was explaining, the beautiful of governance that you have. You know, you don't have to go to IT and say, hey, create me another token. No, I can just go in there and create a token. That's it. And you rotate tokens. Okay, I think that was it, right? Thank you. This was the last session. Okay, putting my head. So this was the last session of Drupal Day. We will have a form from the organizers of Festa Software Livre. If you can fill that in, that would be great, so we can have feedback. Also to the people that made sessions, if you can send the presentations to them. Also, this was recorded, so you can always go back, see, except the workshops, they were not recorded. So if you want to go and see Felipe, you have to be the next time here to see a workshop about Drupal CMS and AI working together with less bugs, right? Okay, hope you liked it. Thank you. See you next year. Oh, and by the way, we will have Drupal Iberia. I don't have a slide for that. Shame on me. I don't have a slide for that. Oh, he does have the T-shirt of Drupal Iberia. So Drupal Iberia will be happening in Guarda. Braga, sorry. Not, I don't know where Guarda comes from. It will be happening in Startup Braga, in the building called Generation, GNR Asian, GNR Asian, because it's called like that because it was the headquarters of GNR. They converted that. It's a very, very nice building, and it will happen next year.